Hello, everyone. I'm here to help you sleep today. So, before you fall asleep, I'd like each of you to leave a comment saying which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give the video a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's relax and begin. When you hear the name Maddie Kingsbury, you probably know the ending. 26 years old. 2 kids. Disappeared from Winona, Minnesota on the last day of March, 2023. But it's the little details that stay with you. The stuff that doesn't fit on a news graphic. The stuff you can't unknow once you hear it. That morning started like every other morning. Maddie woke up in the house she shared with Adam Frevelle. She wasn't happy. She hadn't been happy for a long time. But she was a mom, and moms don't get to fall apart on a Friday morning. She had to get her daughter to daycare. She had to get her son to daycare. She had to go to work. She had to keep pretending that her life wasn't one wrong word away from collapse. She was 26. Adam was older. There was a time, maybe in the beginning, when things seemed normal. But normal had eroded. It had been replaced by something tight and quiet. The kind of quiet that comes when you're always walking on eggshells. The kind of quiet where you learn to read a person's mood by the way they close a door. 3 months before that day, Adam had pinned her down on the living room floor. The kids were upstairs. He'd put his knees on her arms and leaned down until his face was inches from hers. And he said, in this calm, almost friendly voice, "You're going to end up like Gabby Petito." She knew what that meant. Disappeared, car found. Body found weeks later. A name every American knew. He said that. She told a friend about it. She told her sister too, but she didn't go to the police. That's the thing about victims that people don't understand. They always have a plan. They always think they can handle it one more day. And they never want to be the one who breaks the family apart for the kids. So Maddie made a different plan. A secret one. In the weeks before March 31st, she gathered documents, birth certificates, social security cards, medical records. She packed a small bag with clothes, hygiene stuff, a charger. She stashed cash. Not a lot. Enough, she put the whole thing under the spare tire in the back of her minivan. The minivan was in her name. That was important. She'd made sure of that. She bought a burner phone. It sounds like something out of a spy movie, but it's just what you do when the person who's supposed to love you checks your phone at night. She hid it inside a hollowed-out book on the shelf. She wrote down the number of the domestic violence shelter in Rochester. She knew the route. She had GPS coordinates saved in a note. She was going to drive there after work on March 31st. She thought she had one more day. The morning of March 31st, she made coffee. She made toast. She cut a banana into slices for her daughter. She packed the diaper bag. She dressed the son, who was still a baby. She didn't say much to Adam. He was standing in the kitchen, already dressed, hanging back. He wasn't his usual self. But she had learned not to ask questions in the morning. Asking questions caused things to happen. So she didn't. They all loaded into the minivan. Maddie drove. Adam sat in the passenger seat. The kids were in the back, voices overlapping, singing some nonsense song about a red truck. Maddie pulled out of the driveway. It was windy. There was a low gray sky. She pulled into the daycare parking lot at 7:37 in the morning. Later, the surveillance camera from the daycare would show something odd. It would show Adam getting out of the passenger seat, walking around the back of the minivan, and crouching down. He stayed there for about a minute. Then he got back in. At the time, no one thought anything of it. But he was loosening the screws on the rear license plate. He was taking off the plate and replacing it with another one. a plate from a different vehicle, on her minivan, on the morning of her disappearance. Why would he do that? Later, the investigators would say it was premeditation. He was preparing to take her somewhere and leave her somewhere, and he didn't want the minivan to be traced back to her. He didn't want anybody to know she'd been out of town in her own vehicle. He was thinking ahead. At the daycare door, Maddie knelt down and hugged her daughter. The little girl squirmed and told her she was squeezing. Maddie let go. She said, "I love you," and the girl said it back. The boy, the baby, was too young to talk. He just put his head on her shoulder. Then Adam took him from her arms. He said, "I'll bring him in. Go get ready for work." She nodded. She watched them walk through the door. She got back in the van. That was the last time anyone saw her alive. The next 2 hours are mostly a gap. The police would later piece it together from cell towers, toll cameras, and Adam's own phone data, but the human truth of what happened is thin. What we know is this: she didn't go to work. She didn't show up for the meeting she had scheduled for 9. She didn't answer her sister's text. Her sister called at lunch, then again at 1. Then she called Adam. Adam said everything was fine. He said Maddie had dropped him off at home after daycare. He said he hadn't seen her since. Then he said she dropped him off at a friend's house. Then he said he went with her to a Cracker Barrel for breakfast. Each time he said something different, the police noticed. But here's the thing about Adam. He wasn't panicked. He was cooperative. He made a missing person video. He sat on the porch and talked to reporters. He said, "Maddie, if you're seeing this, please call home. Our kids need you." And he cried. The tears looked real. Most people believed him. Then the police pulled the daycare surveillance footage. The license plate switch. Then they looked at the minivan. It had been found abandoned in a parking lot near the Mississippi River. The plates switched back to the original. Someone had tried to wipe down the interior. But they found her purse underneath the seat, her driver's license inside. They found the spare tire cover pulled back. The bag was still there, her escape bag. Everything she needed. She hadn't even been able to use it. They also found Adam's fingerprints on the plate. And they found that he'd reported the other plate stolen the same morning. A plate from a car he owned but had sold months before. Nobody had seen that car in months. Then came the digital evidence. Adam's phone pinged on a stretch of rural road in Fillmore County on the morning of March 31st. He had no reason to be there. He'd never told anybody about that area. In fact, when the police asked him to list his movements that morning, he never mentioned a 40-mile drive. He said he went home. But his phone said otherwise. It went straight from Winona to a dead zone in the middle of nowhere, stayed for about 20 minutes, then came back. The timing matched the window of time when Maddie stopped sending messages. They searched the area. They used dogs and drones. They searched for weeks. Maddie's face was on every sign in the county. There were candlelight vigils and prayer circles. Adam showed up to a few of them. He stood next to Maddie's mother and put his arm around her. Later, people would say the other side of him was cold. Looking back, they said he was too composed. They said he was performing. But at the time, nobody wanted to believe that a father would take his children's mother away. Her body was found in early June. A hiker, or maybe a hunter, walked deep into a wooded patch off a gravel road in Fillmore County. There was a tarp, some branches, the smell. It had been 2 months. The cause of death was homicide by strangulation. She had been killed quickly, likely in that 20-minute window when Adam's phone went dark. The medical examiner said there were defensive wounds on her hands and forearms. She had fought. That was the biggest headline, but the gut punch was smaller. When they processed the scene, they found something in the pocket of her jeans, a folded piece of paper. It looked like a note torn from a notebook. In her handwriting were 2 sentences. If something happens to me, look at Adam. He told me I'd end up like Gabby Petito. There was no date, but the ink matched a pen found in her glove box. She had written that note sometime in the weeks before she died, probably after he pinned her down. She folded it and put it in her jacket. She carried that fear around with her. She carried it every day. At trial, the prosecution laid it all out. The history of domestic abuse, the threat, the strangulation, the plan to leave. Maddie's sister testified that Maddie had told her she was going to leave on March 31st. She said Maddie had texted her that morning at 6:49, big day. I'll call you after. That text was never sent. It was a draft. She typed it out and then gotten distracted by the kids, or maybe by Adam. The string of unsent texts in her draft folder was the most devastating evidence in the case. It showed she was planning, preparing, hoping right up to the end. And then the end came. The jury took less than 3 hours to convict Adam Prevel of second-degree murder. All counts. He sat there with the same face he'd worn at the candlelight vigils. No reaction. No remorse. He just stood up when the verdict was read and looked at his attorney. When the sentence was handed down, Maddie's mom was in the front row. She didn't yell or cry. She just stared at him. And she said she had the bag in the van. She had the address of the shelter. She was going to be free in 8 hours. There are a lot of details that didn't make the news. The way Maddie's daughter still asks where her mom is. The way the car seat stayed in the minivan for months because nobody could bear to take it out. The way the daycare teacher, when she testified, said Maddie that morning hugged her girl 1 second longer than she ever did before. The teacher said it was like she knew. Maybe she did. Maybe some part of her knew he had already made his choice. But the detail that gets me, the one I can't shake, is the license plate. That morning, he switched the plate before they even got to the daycare. While she was in the van, wiping her daughter's nose, he was already preparing the ground. She didn't know. She thought she was 1 day away from freedom. She was 1 hour away from being gone, and the last thing she ever wrote in the margin of a preschool permission slip was the address of a shelter in Rochester. They found the slip in her purse, under the seat, next to the bag. She'd written it in blue pen, twice, as if she was afraid she'd forget. She never forgot anything. He was the one who forgot to remove the plate from the other car. He forgot the phone in his pocket. He forgot that the truth always surfaces. It just takes a little longer than the missing person posters. On the last day of her life, Maddie Kingsbury wrote tomorrow on a grocery receipt. She underlined it twice. She had a bag, packed under the spare tire. She had a shelter address in the pocket of her jeans. She had a plan. She just didn't know that Adam had already taken the day off work. He'd already switched the plates. He'd already chosen the gravel road in Fillmore County. She ran out of tomorrow's at 7:43 in the morning. And when the jury convicted him, no one in the courtroom looked at Adam. They looked at the empty chair where Maddie should have been sitting, holding a list of things to do, with tomorrow underlined at the bottom. Story 2. He had been down in the crawl space the evening before. He'd had a flashlight, and he'd crawled on his elbows through the dirt, pushing the lime into the spots where the ground had gone dark and soft. The piles of lime, bags of it, were lined against the basement wall. He wore a painter's mask, but it didn't do much. His eyes watered. His back ached. He was 46 years old, and his heart was bad. He had to stop and catch his breath. He remembered a doctor telling him something about his heart when he was a kid. He had a black heart, he used to joke. Not in front of people. just to himself. He hadn't slept good in months, not since the boy went missing. The Piest kid. That kid from the pharmacy. Robert, he kept thinking about the name, the face. The boy had seen the contractor's decal on his car, the one in the parking lot. He was going to hire him. He was a good-looking kid. That was the thing. He couldn't stop it. He never could. John got up and went to the kitchen. He poured coffee. The house was quiet, except for the hum of the refrigerator. He stood by the window, looking out at the street. It was overcast. The lawn was dead. No snow yet, just gray. He thought about the Christmas party he'd thrown the year before, the one where he dressed up as Pogo the Clown. He had done magic tricks for the kids, the neighborhood kids. He remembered one boy laughing so hard he fell over. John had picked him up and spun him around. The parents were there. They drank his punch. He was a good neighbor, the Carter for County Democrat. They elected him. He was someone. Then he saw the cars. 2 unmarked cars and a van turning onto the street. They parked in front of his house. A couple of uniforms got out first, then a detective he recognized from the day before. They'd come around asking questions about the Piest kid. John had told them he'd last seen the boy at the pharmacy, that he was working late, that he didn't know anything. They left, but they came back. Now they were at his door. He didn't move. He watched them walk up the driveway. He thought about the crawl space. He thought about the dirt. He thought about how deep he had dug. He had built the house himself, raised the floor, so there was that space underneath. He was the only one who knew the layout. He was the only one who knew what was under there. There were 26 or 27 bodies under that floor, maybe more. He had lost count. He had written it down once, a map, but he had thrown it away. He didn't need it. He knew where they were. The doorbell rang. John put down his coffee. He went to the door, opened it. The detective, a man with a heavy coat, said they had a warrant. John nodded. He didn't argue. He let them in. The house was a mess. He hadn't cleaned up in a while. There were dishes in the sink, papers on the table. The dog was barking from the back room. He had to go calm the dog down. They stood in the living room. The detective asked if he minded if they take a look around. John said, "Do what you have to do." He sat down on the couch. He could hear them moving around. They went down the basement stairs. He heard footsteps. Then a pause. Then one of them said something to the other, low, but he couldn't make it out. They were down there for a while. John sat on the couch, staring at the TV static. He knew what they were seeing. They were seeing the lime bags, the shovels, the smell. That smell was bad down there. He had tried to put the plastic sheeting over it. He had tried to compact the dirt. But the smell always came up through the registers. He should have vented it better. He should have used more lime. He remembered the first time he had seen a body. It was in the mortuary. He was a kid, 18, working in his uncle's funeral home. There was a corpse, a teenage boy. He was spread out on the embalming table. John was alone with him. He was supposed to be cleaning up. He remembered reaching out and touching his face because it was cold and soft. He had stood there for a long time. He had even climbed into the coffin with him once. The dead boy. He had laid beside him, just for a minute. He felt something. Not normal, but he never knew what normal was. Now the police were back upstairs. One of them asked him about the crawl space. He said it was just dirt. They asked if they could go inside. He said there wasn't much to see. But he knew they had a warrant. He gave them the key to the hatch behind the garage. They went out. He watched from the window as they opened the hatch. They were kneeling down, shining a flashlight into the dark. One of them started coughing. John saw the detective's face. It wasn't a normal face. It was the face of a man who had just smelled something that didn't belong in a house. John went back to the kitchen. He poured another cup of coffee. His hands were steady. That was the thing he was proud of. He could always keep his hands steady. He thought about the first one, the one in 1972. Timmy McCoy, that boy who hitchhiked from Chicago. He was 16. John had picked him up, taken him home, offered him a beer. They were in the basement. He had showed him the rope trick, the one he liked to do, the handcuffs. It was a game. Then the boy had been killed. It was an accident, sort of. He had tried to leave, and John lost it. He remembered the boy's face when the rope tightened. He remembered the sound. He remembered thinking, well, this is done now. He had buried him in the crawl space. It was that simple. Not easy, but simple. After that, it got easier. It was always young ones. They were always trying to leave. They always thought they could just go home. The police were out in the yard for an hour. They had brought a cadaver dog. John watched through the glass as the dog started barking around the crawl space fence. Then, the detective came back in. He wasn't asking questions anymore. He was telling John to come with him. John put on his coat. He looked around the house one more time. The clown paintings were still on the wall. He had painted them himself, the ones from his performer room. There was a picture of him in his pogo outfit holding a balloon. The police would find that later. They would think it was disturbing. John never thought so. It was just business. It was just how he lived. They took him to the Des Plaines police station. They sat him in an interview room. The detective across the table looked tired. He asked John if he knew why he was there. John said yes. He said he knew. Then he started talking. He didn't plan to confess, but once he started, it all came out. He told them about the crawl space. He told them about the ones he had buried. He told them about the ones in the garage under the concrete slab he poured. He told them about the ones he had thrown in the river. He told them about Timmy, about the first one. He told them about the rope trick and about the handcuffs and about how he would sometimes keep them alive for hours, sometimes days. He told them everything. He was crying at some point. He remembered being angry at himself for crying. He was better than that. They asked him to draw a map. He drew it. He drew the crawl space, and the garage, and the fire pit where he had burned some of the clothes. He drew little squares for the bodies. He had to think hard to remember exactly where each one was. He got most of them. There were some he couldn't place. There was one kid, he thought, maybe under the basement floor near the laundry drain. He was sorry he didn't remember. He could feel the detective staring at him. That night, they drove him back to his house to point things out. It was dark, and the yard was full of floodlights. The house looked different. It looked empty, even though there were people walking around. A police van was backed up to the crawl space. They had started digging. He could see dirt piled up outside. He stood in the yard, handcuffed, watching. A detective asked him if he had anything to say to the families. John said, "I'm sorry." But he didn't say it for real. He said it because it was what you say. They took him away in the same car. He sat in the back, his wrists aching from the cuffs. They had the heat up. He was sweating. He looked out the window as they drove past the other houses. The lights were on in a few of them. He thought about the kid who had delivered the newspaper to his door that morning. He thought about how the kid was still alive. That was a nice thought. He had met a kid and had not killed him. He wondered if anyone would believe that. The car turned onto the main road. John leaned his head against the cool glass. He thought about the crawl space. He thought about the dog barking. He thought about the girl who lived up the street, the one whose mom called him Uncle John. He wondered if she would ever know what was under her neighbor's house. He wondered what she would think when she smelled the dirt for the first time in the spring. He closed his eyes. The car hummed. He was going somewhere. He was never coming back to that house. He already knew that. But there was one thing they didn't know. They didn't know about the one he had wrapped in plastic and put in the trunk and drove out to the gravel pit, the one he had sunk with rocks. He had not drawn that one on the map. He had not told them about that one. He was thinking about it now. He wondered if he would tell them later. He probably would. He was in the mood to talk. But for now, he kept it. For now, that one was just his. The streetlights flickered past. John Wayne Gacy smiled a little. He couldn't help it. He thought about the boy in the gravel pit and how long it would take them to find him. He thought about how they would never find all of them. He had lost count himself. There might be one or two he forgot completely. There might be a name he never learned. He let go of that thought. He let it sink, like the body in the dark water. The car turned into the Sallyport. The doors shut behind them. John stood up when the officer opened the door. He didn't look back. He didn't need to. He had already counted them in his head. 33. But that was just the ones he could count. There was one more. He was sure of it. But the numbers didn't matter. The faces did. He saw them when he closed his eyes. Not all of them. Just the ones who looked at him while they died. That was the only thing that kept him company now. In the cell. The look on Timmy McCoy's face when he saw the rope in John's hands. The way the boy had whispered, "Please, mister," that was the first one. That was the one that would outlast all the others. John would see it in the dark for the rest of his life. He knew that. And he was almost glad. Story 3. Noah was 6. He was autistic and mostly nonverbal, which didn't mean he was quiet. It meant he couldn't tell her what he needed, so he showed her. And his morning routine had to go exactly the same way every single day, or the whole day would fall apart. Jennifer didn't fight it anymore. She built her life around it. Waffles cut into squares, never triangles. Juice with no pulp in the blue cup with the chip on the rim. The blue cup was the only one that worked. The red cup was a problem. A mother learns these things. Noah came downstairs at 6:15, already dressed because he sometimes slept in the clothes he wore the next day. It was a sensory thing. She had bathed him the night before, and he still fished the same sweatpants out of the hamper that morning. She didn't argue. He was warm. He was safe. He was here. That was the whole job. The bus came at 7:45. She stood at the front door with him, her hand light on his shoulder, his hand tracing the edge of the door frame. He was counting the cracks in the driveway with his eyes. She could tell because his fingers were tapping against his thigh in that rhythm he had. She didn't say anything. The bus driver knew them. Noah stepped on without looking back, and the doors closed, and Jennifer stood there for a minute, watching the bus get small down the road. Then she went back inside, leaned against the front door, and let out a breath she'd been holding since she woke up. She was a nurse at a hospice in Pottstown. It was her day off, but she still checked her work phone first, out of habit. The work phone sat on the kitchen counter that morning, next to her purse and her keys. The police would write all of that down later, the exact spot where the phone sat, where the keys hung, where the purse leaned against the bread box. They took pictures of that counter because everything in that house on that day ended up meaning something. At 9:15, her personal phone rang. It was Antonio Blair Watts Richardson. Her friend. She had known him 8 years, since before Noah was born. He was the kind of man who showed up. When his restaurant in Royersford was doing well, he was the first one to help a friend move, the first to bring food over, the first to make a joke that pulled you out of a bad day. He knew Noah didn't like loud noises, so he brought toys that made soft sounds and sat quietly until Noah got used to him being there. Jennifer trusted him, and when the restaurant went under, Antonio didn't handle it like someone who could shrug it off. He went quiet. The dangerous kind of quiet. Jennifer saw it happening. She lent him money. Over 2 years it added up to $36,000. Some of it was called a loan, but she knew, the way people know things they don't say out loud, that she would never see it again. She didn't care about that. She cared about him. She cared that he had been her friend when she had a newborn with special needs, and no one else who understood. So when he called on January 3rd, when his voice sounded thick and tired, and he told her he needed to talk, that he had a plan, that he had something to show her, she said yes. Of course she said yes. He showed up around 10:30. She watched his car pull into the driveway from the kitchen window. He didn't park the way he usually did, nose out toward the street. He pulled in close to the garage, like he didn't want the car seen from the road. She noticed, and then she didn't think about it. You don't think about those things until much later. He was wearing a hoodie that stood out because he always wore button-ups, a habit from the restaurant years. His eyes were red. She made coffee. He sat at the kitchen table and didn't touch the mug. She asked what was wrong. He said he was in trouble. She asked what kind. He said he'd explain in the car. He wanted to show her a place near the old butcher shop in Royersford, a place he wanted to lease, a new start. He said he was going to make it work. He said he needed her to see it, so she would know the money wasn't lost. Her iPad came up because it always came up with her. She was proud of handling her own money and having something set aside for Noah's future. She told him she'd been moving funds around, getting ready to transfer everything into a safer account. He asked her to let him see. She unlocked the iPad and handed it over. That detail is the one that kills the people who knew her, the trust in that one gesture. She handed it over because he was her friend. Maybe she had told him the passcode months earlier, back when everything was fine and it was a private joke. It doesn't matter how he got it. What matters is what happened next. In the middle of that same day, $177,000 moved out of her savings. Her whole life. The Noah Fund. Every double shift, every lost weekend, every patient she held while they took their last breath. It moved in transfers into accounts that belonged to him, or to old business partners, or to names the police would spend months chasing. It moved that afternoon. It moved while someone was looking at her iPad and scrolling through her accounts and tapping in commands. Then they went to the car. She left the work phone on the counter. She left her purse. She left her keys. That's the detail that tells you she planned to be back in 15 minutes. She grabbed her personal phone and slipped it into her jacket pocket. That was the only thing she took with her. Her phone pinged later, near a local intersection, and then it went dark. That was the last time she existed anywhere in the world as a person who could be found. The autopsy said she died of asphyxiation. Someone stopped her from breathing, and she fought to keep that from happening. Her ribs broke, 3 of them. The medical examiner wrote that it took real force to break ribs the way hers were broken. The bruises on her hands and forearms showed she tried to get loose. She clawed. She kicked. She did not go easy. She had a son. Mothers never go easy. Her body was found 2 weeks later. Workers at a warehouse in Royersford found a shallow grave. It was so shallow that part of her was almost exposed. There had been a warm stretch in January, and the ground had softened. The workers flagged it, and the police came, and the news trucks came, and the whole case changed in that hour. But the case had actually cracked days earlier, and nobody knew it. It cracked in a first-grade classroom. Noah rode the bus home on January 3rd. His mother didn't answer when the school called, so they called the emergency contact. The emergency contact was Antonio. Antonio picked Noah up that afternoon. He brought him home. He fed him chicken nuggets and put him to bed, and the next morning he called the police and reported Jennifer missing. He played the part perfectly. But in the car that day, Noah saw something. His mother's personal phone. The one with the pink floral case and the whale on the screen. It was in the car with them. Maybe it was in the seat pocket in front of him. Maybe it was on the console. Noah reached for it. Antonio said no. And Noah said it the way he says everything, flat and clear and steady. Mommy's phone. Antonio has it. The next day at school, he told his teacher. It might have been during circle time, or at snack, or in the line to the bathroom. But he looked up at her with those pale eyes and said it. Antonio has Mommy's phone. The teacher thought it was echolalia. Kids on the spectrum repeat things. They script from TV, from things they overheard, from words stuck in their heads. She told him to wash his hands for snack and moved on with her day. That sentence changed everything, and she almost missed it. 2 weeks later, after the body was found, after the news broke, the teacher remembered. She called the tip line. She said there was something they needed to know. And from that one sentence, everything fell apart for Antonio. The police pulled his phone records. They pulled his car. They brought in a cadaver dog. The dog hit on the back seat. It hit harder on the trunk. The handler wrote it all down. That report, plus the phone records, plus the money transfers, plus the teacher's one memory. That was the wall that closed around him. Antonio Blair Watts Richardson was arrested. He was charged with first-degree murder and theft, and a list of other charges too long to fit in a headline. He was denied bail. There is no amount of money that gets someone out of a cell after a case like that. The $177,000 was mostly gone, scattered into accounts and envelopes and bad investments. It doesn't matter. He's never getting out. And all of it started because a 6-year-old boy with autism told his teacher the truth, and the teacher didn't know what she was hearing. She's the one who carries it now. She's the one who lies awake thinking about the one true thing that was said in her classroom that week. The thing she let pass. She heard it. She just didn't hear it. What people don't get is that Noah never stopped saying it. He said it the day his mother disappeared. He said it the day after. He said it every day that week while the search was still happening. And after the funeral, after the arrest, after the trial started, when his mother's old friend sat there in the courtroom, Noah looked at his teacher and said it again. Same 4 words. There was no anger in his voice, no pain, just a fact. Antonio has Mommy's phone. He doesn't know he solved the case. Or he does. He's 6. He knows his mother isn't coming back. He knows he was in that car. He knows he told people, and they didn't listen until it was too late. That's a lot for a 6-year-old to hold. Here's the question nobody can answer. The one that won't go away. Noah was in the car. Noah saw the phone. Noah was right about that. So what else did he see that day? What did he watch from that back seat while his mother's phone sat in the seat pocket in front of him? He will never be able to tell anyone. The words aren't there. So he says the only words he has, He says them in his patient, 6-year-old voice, like he means it the exact same way he meant it the first time. Antonio has Mommy's phone. To this day. Somewhere, he's still saying it. And he's still right. Story 4. Michael Carter doesn't talk about the bank job anymore. Not to his parole officer, not to the guys at the loading dock, not even to his sister when she asks. But it's always sitting there behind his eyes, especially on rainy days. He's 47 now, and he lives in a one-room apartment above a laundromat on the south side of Wichita. He keeps his head down. He goes to work. He comes home. But he'll never shake that Thursday afternoon in March of 2012, because that's the day he found out exactly who he was. And the answer wasn't pretty. Michael grew up poor. Not just short on cash poor, but the kind of poor where you don't eat dinner, because there's nothing in the fridge and your mother works double shifts and still can't make the rent. He dropped out of school in 10th grade. Started hanging around with guys who had money and didn't care how they got it. He ran drugs. He carried a gun for people he didn't even like. By 25, he had a record for possession and petty theft. By 30, he was still scraping by, sleeping in the same broken apartment he'd had since he got out of county. And then Tom came along. Tom was a connection from the neighborhood. Michael didn't know much about him, except that he drove a nice truck and wore clean boots. Tom had a plan, a small bank, a Thursday afternoon, a guy with a gun. Tom said it was easy. Michael knew easy was a lie, but the money was real. He didn't want to die old and broke in Wichita. He wanted a way out. So he said yes. That morning, Michael woke up at 6. Rain was already hitting the window. The apartment smelled like stale cigarettes and the wet road. He checked his phone. Tom had texted an address and a time. 2 p.m. Michael sat on the edge of his bed and looked at the cheap black revolver he'd bought off a guy in the parking lot of the Little Caesars. It was heavy. He didn't like the way it felt in his hand, but he liked the idea of being able to eat more than he hated the gun. He tried to eat breakfast, but his stomach was in knots. He just drank a glass of water and watched the rain. At 1, he got into Tom's car. It wasn't Tom's truck. It was a stolen blue Ford Taurus with a cracked windshield and a breathe-free air freshener that didn't do anything against the smell of wet carpet. There were 4 of them. Tom drove. Michael sat in the front passenger seat. In the back were 2 guys Michael didn't know. A big guy with arms like fire hydrants, who kept his mouth shut, and a younger guy who looked like he was 18, but was probably older. Nobody introduced themselves. They just sat there. Tom laid out the plan again while they drove. The bank was a small regional branch called First Federal Savings, out by the old industrial park. It was one of those places that closed early on Thursdays, but they were targeting the hour between 3 and 4, because that's when the local business owners came in to deposit their cash bags. There was no vault on site. Everything was in the teller drawers and a drop safe. Tom estimated 30,000, maybe more. They'd go in wearing masks. The big guy would handle the security guard. The kid would jump the counter if he had to. Michael was the lookout by the front door. His job was to watch the street, keep his gun visible, and make sure nobody walked in or out. Tom would do the talking. Michael remembers thinking how simple it sounded. 4 minutes, then they'd be gone. But nothing is that simple, especially not with money on the table. They parked in the lot of a shuttered hardware store a block away. The rain was coming down in sheets. Tom passed out the masks. Plain black balaclavas from a Halloween shop. Michael pulled his on. The fabric itched. He could smell his own sweat underneath. They crossed the street single file, stepping around puddles. The bank's glass doors were wet. A sign in the window said Thursday hours 10 to 5. Through the glass, Michael saw a short line. One customer at the counter, an older woman with a blue umbrella. A young teller with red hair was helping her. Another teller, an older woman, was at the next window. There was a security guard at a small desk near the entrance. He was reading a newspaper. He looked about 70. Tom pushed the door open. The little bell above the door didn't ring because the door was heavy. They moved in fast. The guard looked up, but he didn't react fast enough. The big guy was on him, in 2 steps. He put a hand on the guard's shoulder and whispered something in his ear. The guard froze. Tom went straight to the red-haired teller and put a bag on the counter. He said something Michael couldn't hear. The teller's face went pale. She opened her drawer with shaking hands. Michael stood near the door, one hand sweating around the handle of his revolver, the other hand on the push bar. His eyes darted from the window to the parking lot to the street. Nobody outside. The rain washed everything gray. The old customer fainted, just dropped like a bag of flour. Nobody helped her. The kid in the back had his gun out and was pointing it at the manager, a thin man in brown glasses, who had raised his hands and was slowly backing toward a counter along the wall. Tom grabbed the cash from the first teller and shoved it into the bag. He walked to the second teller, who was already crying, her hands shaking so bad she kept missing the stacks of bills. Michael tried to keep an eye on the manager, who had his hand still up but was moving his mouth like he was praying. Michael looked back at the street. A truck went by, not slowing. Good, then the security guard moved. He wasn't old and slow like he looked. He grabbed the big guy's wrist and twisted. The big guy let his gun drop. It clattered on the tile. The manager flinched. Michael saw the red-haired teller's hand go under the counter. It moved out of sight. She was pressing something. That's when the alarm didn't make a sound. There was no siren inside, no flashing light. It was silent, which made it worse, because Michael had no idea it went off until he heard the sirens outside. At first it was a distant sound, like an ambulance somewhere on the highway. Then it got louder. Closer, the red-haired teller had pressed the button. The cops were coming. Michael did something he still dreams about. He didn't warn Tom. He didn't try to grab the bag. He just turned, shoved the door open with his shoulder, and ran. He left his gun behind. He left Tom yelling. He left the big guy fighting the security guard. He left the kid standing in the middle of the bank with a gun in his hand and no idea what to do. And he left all of the money except for one bag that had fallen near the door. That bag ended up in his hand somehow. He didn't consciously grab it. He just ran out the glass door and into the rain. He didn't look back until he was halfway across the parking lot of the shuttered hardware store. The police cars were turning the corner, lights flashing, wet pavement reflecting blue and red. Michael kept running. He sloshed through a muddy ditch behind the store, ripped off his mask, threw it into a dumpster, and kept going. He cut through a fence and came out in a residential street. A woman on a porch was watching the sirens. He forced himself to slow down. He walked. His boots were full of water. His heart was pounding so hard he could see his pulse in his fingertips. The bag in his hand was soaked. He didn't look inside. He just kept walking, one street, then another, until he found a bus stop. He got on a city bus. Nobody looked at him. He was just a soaked guy in a hoodie. He sat in the back with the bag on his lap. He was so scared he felt like he'd swallowed a handful of gravel. He rode for 20 minutes, got off near an area full of cheap motels, checked into a place called the Sun Valley Court. The clerk behind the glass didn't look up. Paid cash. No ID. Room number 7. The key was attached to a plastic diamond. Michael locked the door and sat on the bed. His hands wouldn't stop shaking. He turned on the TV. A news crew was already at the bank. Yellow tape. The red-haired teller was wrapped in a blanket. The big guy and the kid were being put into a police car. Tom wasn't on the screen. Michael didn't know if Tom got away or if they got him inside. The news said 3 suspects, so they got 3. He was the 4th. He turned off the TV. He opened the bag. The money was wet but real. Stacks of 20s and 10s. About $12,000, not 30. He had left the main bag on the counter with Tom. 12 grand. And now he was a man who had run out on his crew. He could hear Tom's voice in his head, the way he said his name right before Michael pushed the door. Tom wasn't yelling for help. He was yelling for Michael to wait. It sounded like worry, maybe concern. It was the worst thing Michael ever heard, because he ignored it. He put the money under the mattress. He took off his wet jacket and threw it on the bathroom floor. Something fell out of the pocket. A key. A small brass key with a number stamped on it. One of those key types that opens a padlock or a storage box. He didn't remember putting it there. It must have been in the borrowed car, in the passenger door pocket, and he grabbed it by accident when he picked up the jacket. He held it for a while. He didn't know what it opened. He thought about throwing it away, but he didn't. He put it on the nightstand. Then he sat on the edge of the bed and stared at the wall. His clothes were dripping. The motel room smelled like bleach and cheap carpet. He was a fugitive. No plan, no backup. 12 grand that wouldn't last 2 months. And he was the guy who left his people behind. He kept staring at the key. It was all he had that didn't make him want to throw up. The next 6 months were a blur of cheap motels and bus stations. He grew a beard. He stole a driver's license from a wallet he found on a bus. He worked odd jobs under a fake name, paid cash, never stayed anywhere longer than a week. He made it to Kansas City. He found a room in a rundown motel called the Granada. He kept the key the whole time. He thought maybe it was a gym locker key. Maybe it belonged to a toolbox. He tried it on a few lockers in bus stations, but it never fit. He kept it in his pocket. The manhunt made the news. His picture was on the local station. His mother's house was watched. He didn't call her. He couldn't. He knew she would hear his voice and break down, and then the cops would trace it. So he didn't call. He stayed in KC, working at a car wash, sleeping on a mattress on the floor. And he kept thinking about the bank. The red-haired teller, the old woman who fainted, the way Tom said his name. He ate the same burger he'd had for months and waited for the day he knew was coming. It came in September, a Tuesday, a tip. Maybe somebody recognized him from the motel, or a neighbor got suspicious because he never left his room with anyone. The police knocked on his door at 6 in the morning. Michael opened it. He didn't run. He was tired. They put him in cuffs and read him his rights. He didn't say anything. The trial was in the spring. They prosecuted him for armed robbery, conspiracy, and fleeing law enforcement. His defense attorney tried to make him look sympathetic, talking about the childhood, the poverty, the bad neighborhood. But the prosecutor had something better, witnesses from the bank. The manager testified that Michael was the one by the door, and that when the alarm went off, Michael dropped his gun and ran without saying a word. The red-haired teller said the same. And Tom testified too. Tom made a deal. He told the jury that Michael knew about the alarm, that Michael was the one who wanted to abort if things went wrong. Tom said Michael never cared about the crew, that he was in it for himself. Michael wanted to stand up and yell that it was a lie, that Tom was the mastermind, that Tom had made him do it. But he didn't. Because it wouldn't matter. The jury was out for 4 hours, guilty on all counts. The judge sentenced him to 25 years in federal prison. Michael didn't cry when the sentencing was read. He was empty, and the only thing he could think about was that key in his pocket. The police let him keep it through the trial because it wasn't evidence. It was in his personal effects. He had it when they took him to prison. He held it in his hand that first night, lying on a metal bunk. It was the only thing he owned. He had no idea what it opened. And he knew he might never find out. Prison changed him, but not because it made him a good person. It scared him straight far more than any program did. He did the time. He went to anger management. He took a class on victim impact. He wrote a letter to the red-haired teller, but he never sent it. He wrote one to his mother, but she died before he could mail it. He read. He worked in the kitchen. He stayed out of trouble. He learned to keep his head down and not make promises. After 15 years, he came before the parole board. They asked about remorse. He said he had plenty. They asked about his plans. He said he wanted to work and pay taxes and live in a place that didn't smell like his own regret. They granted him parole. Now, Michael is out. He lives in Wichita again, but not in the neighborhood where he grew up. He rents the apartment above the laundromat. He stacks boxes at a distribution center. He goes to meetings. He stays away from people who carry guns. He has a small checking account with $12 in it. It's not much, but it's clean. And he still has the key. It's in a drawer next to his bed, next to an old picture of him and his mother from before everything went bad. He's tried to figure out what it opens. He's gone to hardware stores and lock shops. He's looked at it for so long he can draw it from memory. It has a scratched brass finish and a number stamped on the side, 204. That's all. He has no idea where it came from. Sometimes he thinks he must have picked it up off the floor of the stolen car, but he can't be sure. Sometimes he thinks about the money he didn't get. Sometimes he thinks about Tom, who got out after 8 years and died of a heart attack in 2020. Michael Carter is out of prison now. He doesn't smoke. He doesn't drink. He eats the same dinner every night and goes to bed at 9. And every night before he turns off the light, he opens that drawer and looks at the key. It doesn't fit anything he owns. It doesn't fit any lock he's ever tried. But it's his. He's kept it for 20 years. He still doesn't know what it opens. And he's starting to think he never will. Story 5. If you ever walked through the working-class streets of Philadelphia in the early 70s, you might have seen a little shoe repair shop with a hand-painted sign. That was Joseph Collinger's shop. He was a small man in his late 30s, thick glasses, hands permanently stained dark from leather polish and glue. He sat at his stitching machine all day, head down, fixing soles, and the neighbors thought he was just a quiet cobbler. They dropped off their worn shoes, he fixed them, they paid him, they left. Nobody thought twice. That's the thing people say when something like this comes out. He was so quiet. He was so polite. He was harmless. This is about one day in his life. The day that still sticks with me out of everything he did. A Tuesday in early December of 1974. Joseph was up before the sun that morning. He lived in the apartment above the shop with his family, and there was nothing unusual about him that day. He made coffee. He put on clean pants and a jacket and combed his hair. He packed his salesman case, the black one with brass corners that he carried on his roots. He'd arranged the shoes inside the night before, carefully, like he was setting up a display. Men's dress shoes, work boots, a few pairs of women's heels. Each one sat snug in its slot. When he closed the case, it clicked shut with the sound of a man going to work. His son Michael sat at the kitchen table watching him. Michael was 13. He was small for his age, with dark hair and a thin winter coat he wore every single day. He didn't ask questions. He'd been going on sales routes with his father for a while, carrying bags, standing on porches. Joseph told him that morning to eat something, because they had a long day ahead. Michael ate a piece of toast. Then Joseph sat down across from him and told him something else. He said God had been talking to him again. He said God gave him instructions, that there were people out there living wicked lives, and God wanted Joseph to punish them. He said it in that flat, tired voice he used for everything. No excitement, no anger, just facts. Michael nodded like he understood. I don't think he did. I don't think any kid could understand that. They took the bus out of the city. Because Joseph didn't want anything traced back to the shop, he carried the case on his knees the whole ride, hands folded on top, looking out the window. Michael sat next to him in the window seat, staring at his own reflection, not saying a word. It was a cold morning, gray, the kind of day when people stay indoors. That suited Joseph fine. The fewer people on the street, the better. They got off in a neighborhood of row houses with small front porches and tiny lawns, the kind of block where kids rode bikes in the summer and people talked over fences. Joseph walked slowly, carrying the case, scanning the houses. He wasn't looking at the paint or the flower beds. He was looking at the little things. Which driveways had no car? Which porches had mail piling up? Which doors had old locks that wouldn't hold? He was looking for someone alone. They knocked on doors for a while. That part was real. Joseph was a good salesman when he wanted to be. He'd say he was a shoe man from Philadelphia, running a little behind on his route, and he had samples he could sell for cheap. People opened the door, looked at the case, and usually said no. One woman in a blue house dress bought a pair of flats. She took her time trying them on, and Joseph stood there patient, holding the case open, nodding, telling her she had good taste. She told the police later that he was the politest salesman she'd ever met. She kept the receipt in her purse for weeks. She had no idea she'd just bought shoes from a man who was in the middle of a killing spree. But most of the houses, he didn't really try. Joseph wasn't looking for customers that day. He was looking for something else, and he knew it when he saw it. The nurse's house was on the corner. A narrow two-story with white siding, and a porch just big enough for one chair. Joseph had spotted her earlier that morning, pulling into the driveway in a pale green car. She got out with a bag over her shoulder, and she was still wearing her white scrubs under her winter coat. She looked exhausted. Joseph let her go inside. Then he kept walking. Michael thought they were done with that block. But a little past 11 in the morning, Joseph came back. He stood across the street and watched her house for what felt to Michael like forever. No other cars came or went. No curtains moved. The street was dead quiet, except for the sound of a dog barking a few blocks away. Joseph turned to Michael and said one word. Her, Michael told the police everything later, in that small voice of his, and the thing he kept coming back to was the knock. Joseph knocked twice, polite, like a man calling on a friend. The woman opened the door in a robe, holding a coffee cup, her hair wet from a shower. She said she wasn't interested in anything. Joseph smiled, the smile he put on for customers, and said he wasn't selling. He said he was lost and needed directions. That's the detail that catches me every time. Directions. What do you say to that? She opened the door wider and stepped back to let him show her where he was going. Except there was no map. The case came down on her floor, the knife was out of his pocket, and his other hand was in her hair before she could even close her mouth. Michael said there wasn't even time for her to scream. The coffee cup hit the linoleum and shattered. Joseph pulled her into the living room by her hair and told Michael to lock the front door twice and pull the curtains all the way shut. Michael did it. His hands were shaking so bad he could barely turn the lock, but he did it. That's the thing about a 13-year-old who's grown up scared. He doesn't think. He moves. The woman was on the couch now, crying, begging, saying she had money upstairs, saying her husband was coming home any minute. Joseph told her to sit still. Then he took off his jacket, folded it over the back of a chair, and sat down across from her. He opened the case, and he started selling her shoes. I'm not making that up. He put 3 pairs on the coffee table and told her they were top quality. He told her he knew nurses needed good shoes because they were on their feet all day. He said he'd give her a discount. She just stared at him, tears running down her face, hands shaking around the collar of her robe. Michael said later that watching that was worse than the killing. Watching his father with those shoes, being polite, being professional, while the woman sat there knowing what was coming. Then Joseph told her to take off the robe. She didn't move. He said it again, same voice, no threat in it. She still didn't move, so he stood up, walked over, and pulled the robe off her himself like he was unpacking a box. She started crying harder, saying, "Please, I have kids, don't do this." Joseph said, "No, you don't," just like that. Flat, Michael never found out whether his father knew something or was just saying it to quiet her down. But she went quiet. She stood there in her slip, shaking, while Joseph told Michael to tie her up with the curtain cord. Michael got on his knees behind her and wrapped the cord around her wrists. He was crying too by then, quiet tears, his hands shaking so hard he kept fumbling the knot. He tied it too tight and she whimpered, and Joseph said, "Don't fidget, finish it." So he finished. He tied her ankles too. Then he sat back on his heels and looked at her wrists, already turning purple where the cord bit in. A 13-year-old did that, because his father told him to. Joseph went through the house after that. He checked the kitchen, the bedroom, the bathroom. He took some cash from a drawer, a watch, a couple of rings. He put it all in his coat pocket. He didn't touch the shoes. The shoes were still on the coffee table, arranged nice and neat, like he planned to come back for them. The woman was on the floor by then, lying on her side, hands tied behind her back, feet tied. She hadn't stopped begging. "Please don't hurt me. I won't tell anyone." "Please." Joseph knelt down beside her and put a hand on her shoulder. That's what Michael couldn't get out of his head, the gentleness, like he was comforting her. And he said, in that same flat voice, "I don't want to do this, but God says I have to." Then the knife came out of his pocket, the one he'd carried wrapped in a cloth so careful you'd think it was something precious. And he stabbed her once in the chest. Michael said the sound she made wasn't a scream. It was a wet gasp, like air being pushed out of something. She fell over, still tied, legs pulling against the cord, and she lay there breathing in shallow little pulls. Blood spread under her, dark, soaking into the rug. Joseph watched her for a moment. Then he looked at Michael and held out the knife. "Your turn." This is the part people don't believe, but Michael said it in court, and he said it again later to anyone who asked. He told his father no. For the first time in his life, he told his father no. He backed up against the wall with his hands out, shaking his head, saying, "No, no, I can't." Joseph walked over to him calm as anything and grabbed his wrist. He squeezed until Michael felt the bones grind. Then he said, "We're in this together now. God wants you to carry this too." He dragged Michael across the room to the woman, who was still breathing, and he put the knife in Michael's hand. Michael said the knife was warm. He would never forget the warmth of it. His father closed Michael's fingers around the handle and helped him press down on top of the wound that was already there. It took 3 more breaths, 3 more pushes, before she stopped breathing. Michael threw up right there on the carpet, next to her. Joseph told him to clean it up. So Michael got a dish rag from the kitchen and wiped his own vomit off the rug, while Joseph wiped the knife handles over and over with the tail of his shirt. They wiped the coffee cups. They wiped the door. They wiped the drawer pulls. Then Joseph picked up the case and put on his jacket, and they walked out the front door and he locked it behind him. The woman was still on the floor, curtains closed, house silent. The whole thing, from knock to lock, took less than 90 minutes. They walked 3 blocks to a different bus stop and took a bus back to the city. The bus was almost empty. An old man was asleep near the back. Michael sat by the window with tears running down his face, silent. And Joseph looked at him once and said, "Stop that. People will see." Michael stopped. He just swallowed and stared at his own reflection. Joseph sat with the case on his knees the whole ride, hands folded on top, looking out the window. He didn't look scared. He didn't look sorry. He looked like a man who'd just finished his shift and was going home. Back at the shop, Joseph hung up his coat, put on his apron, and turned on the stitching machine. He worked the rest of the afternoon on a boot that needed a new heel. A few customers came in. He rang them up, made small talk about the cold weather, asked about their families. Michael sat in the back room on a wooden stool with his coat wrapped around him, staring at the wall. Nobody asked him what was wrong. Nobody noticed anything. That's the part that always gets me. The whole world kept turning. People bought shoes, paid for repairs, went home, and a woman was lying dead a bus ride away, and nobody knew. They killed 2 more people over the next few weeks. This isn't about them. This is about what happened at the end of the story, because that's the part that actually stays with you. Joseph was caught in January of 1975. At the trial, he sat in a buttoned shirt, hands folded on the table, while the lawyers talked about everything he went through as a child. The beatings, the things that were done to him, so bad I won't repeat them here. He pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. He said God ordered him to kill. He was just following orders. The jury wasn't having it. They convicted him and gave him life. A reporter interviewed him after the verdict. Joseph sat across the table, calm, polite, the same voice he used on customers. The reporter asked if he felt any remorse for the people he'd killed. Joseph looked at him for a second, like the question didn't even make sense, and said, "No, I don't feel remorse. I can't. I'm already damned." The reporter asked if he would kill again if he were ever released. Joseph didn't blink. He said, "Yes, I would. God's orders don't stop just because a court says so." And then he smiled. That's the detail I can't shake. It wasn't a mean smile. It wasn't a crazy smile. It was the tired smile of a man who just answered a stupid question. Like, "Of course I'd do it again. Why would you even ask?" He died in prison in 1996. He never once said he was sorry. He never once said God was wrong. And the last time anyone asked about his son, about Michael, who had to live his whole life knowing the feel of that knife in his hand, Joseph just shrugged, like the question was about an old coworker, and said, "Michael did what he was told." That's what a son is for. He meant it. I honestly believe he meant it right up to the very end. Story 6. The day Heather Robinson turned 15, she didn't know that Tiffany Stacy even existed. She didn't know that name, didn't know what it meant. didn't know that in a few hours it would carve itself into her brain like a scar she'd carry for the rest of her life. That morning, all she knew was that her mom was vacuuming the hallway outside her bedroom at 7 in the morning, which was annoying, and that her dad's truck was still in the driveway, which was weird because he usually left for work by 6. She woke up annoyed. That's the part that gets to you later, how normal and small your problems were. She was 15. She had a history paper due that she hadn't started. She had a sore spot on her gum from her braces. She was mad that the vacuum kept bumping into her door. That was her whole world that morning. A sore gum and a paper called The Causes of the Civil War. She got up, put her feet on the cold carpet, and went to the bathroom. She remembers looking in the mirror. She had her dad's eyes, or at least she thought she did. Everyone said she looked like her mom, the same blonde hair, the same shape of face. She remembers thinking, I need to brush my teeth. And then she went downstairs to the kitchen. Her mom was standing at the counter with a coffee cup, and her dad was sitting at the table in his work clothes. He had a plate of toast in front of him, but he wasn't eating. He was staring at the small TV on the counter. The news was on, but the volume was low. Heather went to the fridge, got the milk, poured herself a bowl of cereal. She sat down at the other end of the table, away from her dad because he seemed tense. She didn't ask anything. She just started eating. That's when the news anchor said a name, and her dad dropped his fork. The sound was tinny, like the TV was underwater. Heather looked up. She saw a picture of a man on the screen. Gray hair, glasses, a smile that made her stomach twist for a reason she couldn't explain. The news anchor was saying something about John Edward Robinson and serial killings and the farm in Missouri. Heather's mom moved fast. She picked up the remote and pointed it at the TV, and for half a second, the man on the screen disappeared. The screen went black. Her mom said, "Don't." But Heather had already seen it. And the weirdest thing was that her dad's face. He was pale. He looked like someone had just told him the world was ending. His hands were shaking on the table. He wasn't looking at the TV anymore. He was looking at Heather. Not like a dad looked at his daughter, like a man who was seeing a ghost. She asked what was wrong. Her dad opened his mouth, then closed it. Her mom said nothing. Heather's mom just stood there with the remote in her hand, pressing it against her chest like it was a shield. Heather tried to laugh. She said, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Neither one of them answered. That was around 8 in the morning. By 8:30, Heather's mom had turned the TV back on, but only to a different channel, a rerun of an old show. Heather's dad got up, walked to the window, and just stood there with his hands in his pockets. He didn't say a word for a long time. Heather remembers the clock on the microwave. It read 8:32. She remembers because she kept looking at it, waiting for the world to go back to normal. Her mom finally told her to go get dressed, that they were going to her aunt's house. But Heather didn't want to go. She wanted to see the news. She wanted to know why the TV went off. She wanted to know why the man in the picture made her feel like she had swallowed ice. She went upstairs, but she didn't get dressed. She sat on her bed and listened. The house was too quiet. She could hear her parents whispering in the kitchen, but she couldn't make out the words. Then her dad's voice got louder. He said something about Johnny and we didn't know. Her mom started crying. Heather went back downstairs. She didn't sneak. She just walked down the stairs and stood at the bottom. Her mom saw her first. Her mom's face was red and wet. Her dad turned around, and he looked old. That's the thing she remembers. He looked like he had aged 20 years in 1 hour. He said, "Heather, sit down." So she did. She sat on the bottom step of the stairs, still in her pajamas, holding the banister with one hand. Her dad talked. He didn't raise his voice. He told her that the man on the news, John Robinson, was his brother. Her uncle, the one she'd met maybe 3 or 4 times in her whole life, at funerals, at a wedding, the one who always wore sweaters and had a soft voice. Her dad told her that his brother had been arrested a long time ago, back in June, for stealing from an old woman or something, and that when the police searched his farm in Kansas, they found barrels buried in a storage unit. And inside those barrels were the bodies of 2 women who had been missing for years, and that his brother had confessed to killing more. A lot more. Heather's mom was crying, but her dad wasn't. He was talking in a monotone, like he was reading a list. He said the police found the remains of a woman named Lisa Stacy. She was 19 years old. She had a little girl. The little girl's name was Tiffany. Tiffany Stacy had been missing for 15 years. No one knew where she was. No one had seen her since she was a baby. Heather's dad stopped talking. He looked at her. He didn't say the words. He didn't have to. She was 15. She wasn't stupid. She knew why the TV turned off. She knew why he was staring at her like that. She knew why her mom was crying. She didn't say anything either. She just sat on the bottom step, and the silence was so loud that her ears started ringing. Her mom finally whispered, "We didn't know." She said it again and again. "We didn't know. We didn't know." Heather knew that was supposed to make her feel better, but it didn't. It made her feel worse. Because if her parents didn't know, then the whole life she had lived was a lie that wasn't even theirs. She didn't know who she was. She didn't know who she belonged to. The police came around noon. Heather was still in her pajamas. She didn't remember changing. She didn't remember eating. She just remembered sitting on the couch and watching 2 detectives walk up the driveway. Her dad answered the door. He talked to them in the entryway. Heather didn't hear the words. She heard her mom crying in the kitchen. She heard her own heart beating in her ears. She looked at the family photograph on the wall, the one of her at 4 months old, the one that had always sat on the shelf in the living room. She looked at it now with new eyes. She saw a baby. She saw a smile. She saw a yellow sweater. There was another photo, the one they showed on the news later, the one that ended up on the front page of every paper in the state. It was a picture from 1985. John Edward Robinson, her uncle, standing on a porch, holding a baby wrapped in a white blanket. The baby had a tiny face and a tuft of blonde hair. He was smiling, that soft smile, the same one he had in all the pictures, and the baby was wearing a little pink onesie. Her mother had kept that photo for 15 years. Her mother had put it in a frame and set it on top of the TV. Her mother had told Heather, "That's you. That's your Uncle Johnny holding you when you were about 4 months old." Heather had always thought it was a sweet picture, a big man holding a tiny baby. She had looked at that frame 100 times, and she had never felt anything, not until that day, right before the detectives walked in, when her mother walked over to the shelf and picked up the frame slowly. She held it for a second. Then, she turned it around, face down, and slid it underneath a stack of magazines. She didn't say a word. She didn't have to. The detectives stayed for a few hours. They talked to her mom and dad in the kitchen. Then, one of them, a woman with short brown hair, came into the living room and sat down on the couch across from Heather. She asked Heather if she was okay. Heather didn't answer. The detective asked if she had any questions. Heather didn't have any. There weren't questions. There was just a hole where her life used to be. The detective told her that they were going to take a DNA sample to confirm, but that they were fairly certain. She said it gently, like that would help. She said the name Tiffany like it was a blessing. But to Heather, it felt like a punishment. 15 years of being Heather Robinson. 15 years of birthday parties and school pictures and her mom's meatloaf on Tuesday nights. And then, in one morning, all of it became a costume. She wasn't Heather. She was Tiffany. She was the missing girl. She was the one in the photograph with the man who killed her mother. The details came out slowly, like poison. She learned that Lisa Stacy was a young mother. 19, she had met John Robinson somewhere. Through some kind of group or maybe through a classified ad, no one was sure. She was desperate, maybe. She had a baby, and no money and no future. Robinson offered her a job, a place to stay, something. She trusted him. She went somewhere with him, and then she didn't come back. Her family started looking for her. They found out she had been gone with the baby. They found out that Robinson was the last person to see her. But no one could prove anything. And Tiffany disappeared. 15 years. 15 years of missing posters and birthdays with empty chairs. 15 years of her grandmother wondering if she was alive or dead. And Heather had been growing up 2 towns away, calling a murderer Uncle Johnny and sleeping in a room with pink curtains. She wanted to throw up. She wanted to scream. She wanted to ask her mother how she could hang a picture of a man holding a stolen baby on the wall and never notice. But her mother was crying. Her father was broken. They were victims too, in some way. They had wanted a baby, and Robinson had given them one. A free baby. A baby that nobody was looking for, because Tiffany Stacy was supposed to be missing, not living in Kansas. They didn't ask questions. They didn't want to. They just loved her. And maybe that was the sickest thing about it. She was loved. She had been wanted. The man who gave her away killed her mother for her. By evening, the news channels had tracked the story. They were already calling it the unthinkable twist. They showed the same photo over and over. John Robinson in that yellow sweater holding the baby. His smile, the baby's tiny hand on his chest, the baby's eyes looking straight at the camera. Heather sat on the floor in front of the TV with the volume on mute because she couldn't listen to them say her name. But she couldn't stop looking at the picture. She was looking for something. She wanted to know if the baby in that photo could have known. But of course, a 4-month-old baby can't know anything. The baby didn't know that her mother was dead. The baby didn't know that the man holding her had done it. The baby just knew he was warm. The baby just knew he was smiling. The baby smiled back. Heather finally went upstairs around 10 o'clock that night. She walked into her room and closed the door. She looked at her reflection in the mirror on the back of the door. Same blonde hair. Same face. But different name. Different blood. Different mother. A mother whose face she had never seen in real life. A mother whose voice she would never remember. Lisa Stacy's face was in missing posters from 1985. Lisa Stacy's face was gone from the world because a man in a yellow sweater decided to take her daughter instead of letting her raise it. Heather didn't sleep that night. She lay in her bed and stared at the ceiling. She heard her parents moving around downstairs. She heard the phone ring. She heard her mother crying again. She didn't go down. She didn't want to hear them say we didn't know one more time. Because she kept thinking about the photo. She kept thinking about her Uncle Johnny's smile. It hadn't changed in 15 years. He smiled in 1985 when he handed her to his brother. He smiled in 2000 when the police opened the barrel in his storage shed. He smiled in every courtroom sketch they showed on the news. That smile never broke, not once. At around midnight, Heather got up. She walked to the top of the stairs. The light was off, but she could hear her dad's voice coming from the kitchen, low and rough. He said something to her mom. He said, "She doesn't have to know all of it." And her mom said, "She already knows. She saw it." Then her dad said something that Heather couldn't understand, and her mom sobbed, a sound so raw that Heather stepped back. She went back to her room and looked at the photo. She had taken it from the pile of magazines, from underneath, when her mom wasn't looking. She didn't know why. It was a piece of cardboard, old and stiff, with a smiling man and a baby in a yellow sweater. She sat on the edge of her bed and looked at it for a long time. She looked at the baby's face, her face. She tried to remember something. Anything. A mother's voice, a mother's arms, a car, a stranger. But there was nothing. The first memory she had in her life was of a kitchen in Kansas and a woman named Mom. A mom who was not Lisa Stacy. A mom who had no idea that the baby she loved came from a dead woman's arms. Heather put the photo under her mattress that night. She didn't tell anyone. She didn't cry. She just sat there, in the dark, and listened to the house settle. And then she heard the roof creak, and she remembered the man in the photo was still alive. John Robinson was still in a jail cell. He had confessed to killing at least 8 women. He had put Lisa Stacy's body in a barrel. He had washed his hands, put on a yellow sweater, and handed a 4-month-old baby to his brother, like it was a present. And that baby, the one with no memory of her mother, grew up thinking she was someone else. She was 15 years old, and she had just learned that her entire life was a cover story. The last thing Heather Robinson, Tiffany Stacy, saw before she finally closed her eyes at 4 in the morning was the back of that yellow sweater, in her mind, walking away. She couldn't see the man's face anymore. She only saw the baby in his arms, and the baby was smiling back at him. She never found out why he chose to smile in that photo, but she remembered that it was the same smile he wore when he opened the door to the police. And that was the moment she realized he wasn't just a killer. He loved the look of it. He loved being caught holding that baby. Because the baby was the proof, the one piece of evidence he kept for himself, not in a barrel, but in a family photo. Tiffany Stacy was alive. Lisa Stacy was dead. And the man who made sure the two would never meet spent the rest of his life in prison, still smiling. Story 7. Ray Holloway was arrested on a Thursday in the back of his own garage, and the thing that stuck with Detective Elaine Carter the most wasn't the screaming or the crying or any kind of confession. It was how calm he was, how clean his hands were. He had grease under his fingernails, but the palms were spotless, like he'd scrubbed them right before they put the cuffs on. He didn't flinch when they read him his rights. He didn't ask for a solicitor. He just stood there, leaning against the oil-stained workbench, watching them like he was waiting for them to make a mistake. The garage was on a side street in Wakefield, the kind of place you could drive past 100 times and never look twice. There was a faded sign that said Holloway Auto Repairs, and a forecourt littered with scrap metal and old tires. The windows were so dirty you couldn't see inside. Elaine had been on the force for 11 years, and she'd been in this garage only once before, about 3 months prior, when a customer reported a stolen wallet. Ray had smiled, let her search, found nothing. He'd given her a cup of tea in a chipped mug and told her to drive safe. She remembered that mug. It had a picture of a cartoon dog on it. She found it later, under the sink, full of something that wasn't tea. That morning, they came with a warrant. It wasn't a decision made lightly. A few weeks earlier, a dog walker had stumbled on a human foot near the old warehouse on Moncton Road, the one that had been half demolished and then abandoned. The remains were scattered, but once they started digging, they found more. Bones, clothing, bits of jewelry. 3 women so far, maybe more. All young. All reported missing in the last 2 years. The last one was a 19-year-old named Sophie, and she'd had a silver ring with a tiny green stone. That ring was in the mud, still on the bone of her finger. That's what broke the case open. They traced the land back to a warehouse that Ray Holloway used to live in, back around 2007, before he moved into the flat above the garage. And then someone recalled a witness statement from a man who said he'd seen a car leaving the warehouse late at night, a blue Ford Escort. Ray drove a blue Ford Escort. But he didn't act guilty. That was the weirdest part. When they walked in, he was on his back under a Nissan, and he slid out slowly, wiping his hands on a rag. He didn't ask what they wanted. He just said, "You're here about the warehouse." Not a question. Then he put the rag down, straightened his back, and raised his wrists like he'd been waiting for the cuffs his entire life. Elaine later said that moment made her hair stand up, not because she was scared, but because it felt rehearsed, like he had played this moment out in his head 1,000 times. They cuffed him and read him the charges. He looked at the floor and said, "They were never supposed to be found." That was the first and last time he ever said anything with substance. After that, he didn't speak. Not during the search, not when they led him to the police car, not when they booked him. Just that mouth shut, eyes open, like he was seeing something on the wall that wasn't there. Elaine stayed at the garage with the crime scene team. This was her case now. She had the lead, and she wasn't going to miss a single detail. The team started in the office, a cramped room at the back with a greasy desk, an old payphone, and a calendar from 2006. Inside the desk, they found a brown envelope. Inside the envelope, they found a lipstick, a hair clip, a keyring with a small rabbit charm, and a receipt for a takeaway from a place in Leeds dated 2 weeks after the last victim disappeared. The receipt was in Ray's name. The hair clip matched a photo of a missing woman named Adele. The lipstick was the same shade as one in another missing woman's room. It was enough to make your stomach turn every time you saw another bag go into evidence. But the notebook was what changed everything. It was hidden in a false compartment under the workbench, behind a loose piece of plywood. One of the techs pulled it out, and it was wrapped in a plastic bag, like he'd been protecting it. That alone told them it mattered. The notebook was black, with a worn spiral binding and dog-eared pages. Inside, in Ray's blocky handwriting, were sketches of women. Not crude drawings, detailed portraits like he'd taken an art class somewhere. Each page had a name, a date, and a list of things. Places they liked, what they wore, where they worked. Some of the pages had a big red X through the face. Those were the women they'd found. Some had no X. Those were the ones they hadn't. Elaine flipped through the notebook page by page, trying to keep her hands steady. She was a professional. She'd seen bodies torn apart by cars. She'd held the hand of a dying child. She'd pulled a confession out of a man who killed his own mother. But there was something about the woman's face on page 37, with the word "wait" written underneath it, that made her have to sit down. She looked at the dates next to the names, and then she looked again, because the dates didn't make sense. The first entry in the notebook was for a woman named Sarah, and the date was March 1998. Sarah lived in Doncaster. She'd been missing since 1998. But Ray Holloway didn't move to Wakefield until 2005, and he didn't have access to the warehouse until 2006. He was living in a flat in Bradford during 1998, working as a delivery driver for a car parts company, according to employment records they'd pulled. How did he know what Sarah looked like? How did he have a sketch of her, with a date she disappeared, months before he moved within 100 miles of her hometown? Elaine called over her team. They all looked at the dates. The notebook spanned from March 1998 to a date that was just 2 weeks ago. That was the last entry. A woman with a nose ring and short hair. No name, no X, no date written next to her. Just a face. Elaine didn't say anything, but she felt something cold settle in her chest. This wasn't just a collection of victims. It was a timeline, and it started long before Ray Holloway could have done all of this on his own. Later that day, back at the station, Elaine sat in the incident room with a pile of old files. She was trying to cross-check the notebook dates with missing persons reports. But she kept coming back to that first one, Sarah from 1998. She pulled out the microfilm records, the old paper files, anything she could find. And that's when she saw it. A witness report, dated the 4th of September 1999, filed by a woman named, well, just a witness, saying she saw a man loading something heavy into a car outside the warehouse on Moncton Road. The car was described as a dark green Rover, not a Ford Escort. The man was described as tall, about 50, with a mustache. Ray Holloway was 42 in 1999, clean-shaven, and never drove anything but blue Fords. The witness report also stated that the man had a limp in his right leg. Ray Holloway didn't have a limp. But there was a former warehouse owner, Arthur Layton, who had a limp. That was in the old insurance records. Arthur Layton owned the warehouse from 1994 until 2003, before Ray moved in, and Arthur Layton had disappeared from Wakefield shortly after the warehouse changed hands. No one knew where he went. A neighbor said he just vanished one weekend, leaving behind his furniture and a cat that starved in the yard. Elaine's hands were shaking now. She went back to the garage's evidence list, and she asked the forensic techs to check the notebook's pages for any other prints. They lifted a partial print from the inside of the back cover. It wasn't Ray's. It was too big, and the pattern was different. They ran it through the database, and there was no match. But the print was old. Not just years old, decades old. And it matched a print found inside the warehouse on Moncton Road, on a piece of plywood they'd seized during the excavation. A print that was not Ray Holloway's. Now Elaine had a name she couldn't shake out of her head, Arthur Layton, the former warehouse owner, the man with the limp, the man who had access to the building long before Ray ever set foot there, the man who could have known Sarah in 1998. And then, in the patient file of the warehouse's old office, in a box marked miscellaneous that no one had opened in years, Elaine found the letter. It was dated the 14th of March, 2013. Addressed to Arthur Layton, care of a post office box in Leeds. The envelope was unsealed, but it had never been posted. Inside was a single sheet of paper, typed with no signature. It said, "Arthur, you know what happens if you talk. You shared the same secrets. The warehouse was never just mine. It was ours. If they find the other place, we both go down. You owe me." Ray, Elaine read it 5 times. The other place. The warehouse had been dug up, and they'd found 3 bodies. But there were more. The notebook had dates no one had checked yet. Dates going back to the mid-1990s. Dates when Arthur Layton was the only one around. Dates when Ray Holloway was still in Bradford, or possibly never even in the country. And if the notebook was accurate, there were at least 7 women sketched with a date and no X. 7 potential victims that they hadn't found. Elaine put the letter down and looked at the clock. It was almost 11 at night. She'd been working for 16 hours straight. Her eyes burned, and there was a sharp pain in her jaw from grinding her teeth. She called the station's records officer and asked for everything on Arthur Layton. The officer came back with a single line. Last known address was the warehouse, and he was declared missing in 2004, 4 years after the witness report, 1 year after he sold the place to a LLC. They had no current alias, no driver's license, no passport, no bank account. Arthur Layton was a dead man who never stopped moving. There was no body, no death certificate, no obituary. Just a name on a title and a cat that starved. That night, Elaine didn't go home. She stayed in the incident room, staring at a corkboard covered in photographs of women who never came back. She pinned the letter next to the witness report. She pinned the partial fingerprint next to Ray's arrest photo. She drew a line from Arthur to Ray, then from Ray to the notebook, then from the notebook to the warehouse, and then back to Arthur. It didn't look like a chain anymore. It looked like a loop. And in the middle of that loop was the blank sketch of the woman with the nose ring, the last page in the notebook, with no date. At some point, a colleague came in and asked if she wanted a lift. She said no. She sat there until the morning light started creeping through the blinds, and all she could think about was that Ray Holloway hadn't panicked when they cuffed him. He didn't ask for his phone call. He didn't ask what would happen. He just said those same 6 words over and over in her head. They were never supposed to be found. But they were found. So why was he so calm? Unless he wasn't the only one. Unless there was someone else out there who had the same secret, and who was waiting for Ray to say something so they could move. And the last entry in the notebook, the woman with no name, no date, no X. She had to be somewhere. She had to be real. And Elaine had the horrible feeling that she wasn't a victim yet. She was a plan. And plans don't disappear just because you lock up one man. When Elaine finally left the station, she saw Ray Holloway being led to a van for his court appearance. He looked at her through the window, and his mouth twitched, like he was holding back a smile. She turned away and saw the letter still on the table, the one addressed to Arthur Layton, and she realized that the address on the envelope, that post office box in Leeds, was still active. She made a call to the post office that afternoon. They told her that the box had been rented continuously since 1999, and the last time someone had collected the mail was 3 days ago. 3 days ago, before the arrest, before the dig, before the notebook was found. Someone knew. Someone was still out there, and Elaine Carter still didn't know if it was 2 men or 1 man wearing a different face. But she knew one thing for sure. There was a date on that last notebook page that she hadn't shown anyone else. It was written in tiny letters in the corner, under a piece of tape. It was today's date, and the woman with the nose ring hadn't been reported missing yet, because she was probably still alive walking to work, unaware that 2 pairs of eyes were watching her. One pair was behind bars, the other was not. Story 8. Daniel Tarr killed his neighbors on a Saturday morning in November of 2007. The reason was $50. He didn't plan it. It wasn't some premeditated thing. He woke up on November 17th with a dry mouth and a headache, the kind you get from cheap whiskey the night before. He'd been off his medication for about 2 weeks. The doctors called it paranoid schizophrenia. Daniel called it the reason everybody in town looked at him sideways. The pills made his hands shake and made him feel like he wasn't real, so he stopped taking them. He didn't tell Jennifer. He just flushed them down the toilet and told her the prescription hadn't been refilled yet. Jennifer was already awake, sitting at the kitchen table with a cigarette and a mug of coffee. She asked him if he was feeling all right, because he'd been real quiet for days. He said he was fine. He put on the same jeans he'd been wearing for 3 days. He put on his work boots, the ones with the heel worn down on the left side. Then he reached up to the closet shelf and took down a shoebox. Inside was a small revolver, a .22. He'd had it for years. He never really had a reason for it. He just kept it. He tucked it into his waistband, pulled his shirt over it, and walked out the front door. The Mocks lived 2 houses down. Brian and Beverly. Ordinary people. Brian liked fishing. Beverly worked part-time at a grocery store. They waved when they saw you, kept the yard decent, didn't cause trouble. That's what made what happened so hard for people to understand. Daniel didn't knock. The side door to their house was unlocked. It was always unlocked. That's just the way it was in Graham, Pennsylvania back then. People didn't lock their doors if they were home. He walked in. Brian was sitting at the kitchen table with a newspaper and a cup of coffee. Beverly was at the sink with her back turned, rinsing something off. Daniel stood in the doorway and told Brian he was there to get his money. Brian looked up and asked what money. Daniel told him the $50 for the tattoo. About 2 weeks before, Brian had come over to Daniel's place, and Daniel had given him an eagle inked on his arm at the kitchen table. It took over an hour. Brian said he'd pay him when payday came. Payday came. Brian didn't pay. Daniel had even mentioned it once at the mailbox, and Brian just laughed and told him not to worry. That laugh stuck in Daniel's head. It kept getting bigger every time he thought about it. At the kitchen table, Brian told him they could talk about it later. Beverly turned around from the sink and said they were getting ready to go somewhere. Her voice had that tone people use when they want you to leave without actually saying it. Daniel didn't leave. He felt the revolver against his stomach. His hands were shaking. Brian started to get up from the chair, not in a mean way, just a regular move to get up. Daniel pulled the gun. His shirt got caught on the hammer for a second, and then the gun was in his hand, and he pulled the trigger. The shot sounded like a car backfiring, only sharper. Brian fell backward, hit the table, and ended up on the floor. Coffee went everywhere. The newspaper slid off the table. Brian's eyes were open, but he wasn't looking at anything. Beverly screamed. It was a short scream, like she didn't have time for a loud one. Daniel turned and shot her before she could move. She hit the cabinets and slid down to the floor. There was a red streak on the white cabinet door. She didn't get up. Daniel stood in the kitchen with the gun in his hand. The clock on the wall was ticking. The refrigerator was humming. The coffee on the table was still steaming. It smelled like burnt powder and Folgers. He looked at Brian and then at Beverly. There was blood on his hand, on his jeans, on the floor. He didn't remember pulling the trigger on Beverly. He knew he did it, but the memory wasn't there. It was just a second missing. That scared him more than anything. He walked back home. He didn't run. He walked. When he came through the door, Jennifer took one look at him and went white. She saw his hands. Her cigarette fell out of her fingers and hit the floor. She didn't scream. She just said no a couple times, real quiet. Then she asked him what he'd done. He told her. She sat down at the table, put her head in her hands, and was quiet for a while. Then she stood up and got a bucket, a sponge, a bottle of bleach, and a trash bag. She told him they had to go back. She didn't say it like a question. Jennifer wasn't the type to fall apart. She was scared, sure, but she didn't fall apart. She walked over to the Mox's house with her husband like she was going to clean a normal mess. They went in through the side door, the same door Daniel had gone through half an hour earlier. Jennifer looked at the bodies and had to hold onto the counter to keep from shaking, but she didn't leave. She started cleaning. She wiped the doorknobs. She wiped the counter, the table, the fridge handle, the cabinet doors. She missed a spot on the refrigerator door. That fingerprint got Daniel in the end. She pulled drawers out and dumped the contents on the floor. She scattered a pile of mail. She took a jewelry box from the bedroom and a DVD player from the living room and put them in the trash bag. She was making it look like a robbery. Daniel didn't help much. He just stood there and watched her work. Before they left, Daniel went to the living room and picked up a blanket from the couch. It was an old throw blanket with a pattern on it. He walked back into the kitchen and laid the blanket over Brian first, then over Beverly. He pulled it up over them like he was tucking them in. He didn't know why he did it. He just didn't want to look at them anymore. Jennifer handed him the trash bag and told him to drive somewhere far and throw it away. He drove for about 20 minutes on a back road, then pulled over and threw the bag into a ditch. When he got home, Jennifer was sitting at the kitchen table, still shaking. Neither of them said a word. They went to bed that night. The TV was on. Daniel lay there staring at the ceiling. He expected to feel something, but all he felt was tired. It didn't seem real. It was like the whole thing had happened to somebody else. The bodies weren't found until Monday. Brian was supposed to go fishing with a friend that morning. When he didn't show up, the friend drove to his house. He knocked. Nobody answered. He walked around to the back and looked through a window. He saw the blanket on the floor and what was under it. Police had to be called after that. They found the kitchen cleaned, but not cleaned enough. They found no signs of a break-in. The door was unlocked. Nothing had actually been stolen, even though drawers and cabinets were dumped. The blanket was still over Brian and Beverly, pulled up to their chins. That detail made it into the local paper, and it bothered people in a way they couldn't explain. Daniel gave a few different stories. He told a neighbor he saw a suspicious van in the area. He told police he heard loud pops the day before and thought they were fireworks. He told detectives he was home with his wife the whole time. Jennifer backed him up at first, but the fingerprint on the refrigerator door was Daniel's, and there was a boot print in the soft dirt under the kitchen window. That boot print had a real specific wear pattern on the left heel, worn down at an angle. Daniel was wearing the exact same boots when they came to talk to him. They brought him in for questioning. He kept changing his story. But Jennifer started to crack, and once she cracked, it was over. She told them about the bucket, the bleach, the garbage bag, the jewelry box, the DVD player, the ditch. When the detective sat Daniel down and told him his wife had already talked, Daniel gave up. He confessed. He said he went over to collect $50 for a tattoo. Brian laughed at him. He shot Brian. Then he shot Beverly because she could identify him. He said it like it was the most logical thing in the world. Daniel Tarr didn't come into that room as a first-time offender. In 1990, he had been convicted of killing a woman. He did time. He got out. The state said he was clear, so he moved back to Graham. The town knew about his record. The town watched him. But there was nothing they could do. He ended up pleading guilty to 2 counts of first-degree murder. The judge sentenced him to life in prison without parole. He'll die in a state facility. That's where he is now. Jennifer Tarr was charged with helping cover it up. She got 1 year. A single year. People in Graham were furious, but the law didn't see it that way. She didn't pull the trigger. She said she was scared of her husband. The court believed her, or at least accepted it. She got a year. The Mocks were buried. Their house sat empty for a long time. Eventually someone bought it and fixed it up. But the town didn't forget. How could they? A double murder over a tattoo. Over $50. It didn't make sense. Years later, the other thing came out. Daniel's childhood home had been empty for a long time after his mother died. The place was sold. The new owners started doing some work in the backyard, maybe digging for a garden, maybe preparing to put up a fence. They found bones, human bones. Enough that the police came and dug up more. Investigators determined the remains had been in the ground since around 1990. That was the same year Daniel Tarr was arrested for the first killing, the one he did time for. But the bones weren't that woman's. They belonged to someone else. Another woman. No one knew who she was. A second body. A woman Daniel killed before he even went to prison, and he never said a word about it. The town didn't just have a man who snapped over $50. It had a man who killed twice, probably more, and walked around Graham for years without anyone knowing the whole truth. What happened to Brian and Beverly was terrible, but it was also the thing that put Daniel away. Without it, the second body might never have been found. Investigators went to the prison and asked Daniel about the remains. He didn't say much. They asked if he knew the woman's name. He said he didn't. They asked her age, her history, where she came from. He said nothing. They asked if there were more bodies. Daniel sat there with his hands folded and then asked if his commissary account still had money in it. That was the only thing he said the whole interview. The case is still open. There's a file with a date and a location and no name on it. Somewhere out there, a family is missing a daughter. They never knew what happened. They never buried her. Daniel Tarr knows what happened. He just won't say. He talks about the $50. He talked about it at his sentencing. He talked about it in a prison interview once. He still talks about it like it was the biggest thing that ever happened to him. But he has never said her name. Not once. Story 9, May 10th, 2022. Tuesday, Austin, Texas. That day was the kind people moved to Texas for. All blue sky and warm breeze, and that green smell after rain. Anna Maria Wilson showed up for it like she showed up for every day. She was 25 years old, a professional cyclist, with a passport full of race stamps and legs that could climb for hours. Everyone called her Mo. She was in town for a gravel race. She was sleeping on a friend's couch in a small apartment on the east side, with her bike leaning against the wall and her race gear spilling out of a duffel bag. She should have been thinking about the race the next morning. She was. She had no way of knowing she would never line up for it. Mo and Colin Strickland had a history. It wasn't a long one, and it wasn't a dramatic one. They met in the cycling scene, the kind of world where you run into the same people in parking lots after 100-mile rides and end up sharing a beer and a story. There was something between them for a few months. It fizzled. Maybe it was never supposed to be more than that. But Colin had a girlfriend during all of this. A woman named Caitlin Armstrong. Caitlin stayed in the picture, and Mo and Colin stayed friends, because Mo was that kind of person. She didn't make a big deal out of things. She said hi. She moved on. She thought everyone else did too. Caitlin Armstrong did not move on. That's important. That's the root of everything that happened. Caitlin was a real estate agent. She was the kind of woman who could smile in public and make you believe she was okay, but she was not okay. She was jealous of Mo in a way that doesn't make sense to normal people. It wasn't like Mo was hanging around Colin every day. Mo was training. She was living out of a bag. She was doing her own thing. But Caitlin had this thing inside her, a cold, calculating thing, and she didn't let go of it. She started watching Mo online. Mo posted her workouts on Strava and other fitness apps because that's what cyclists do. You share your rides, you share your mileage, you share your heart rate. It's a way to connect with other riders, to stay accountable, to get support. Mo had no reason to hide anything. She didn't know she was being followed, but she was. Caitlin Armstrong had a fake account. She was watching Mo's location for weeks. She knew when Mo rode, when Mo ran, when Mo was in town. She knew where Mo was going to be before Mo even got there. That's the part that should make your skin crawl. Caitlin was living half her life inside Mo's phone. That Tuesday started normal. Mo woke up early on the couch, made some coffee, went for a morning spin to shake out her legs. She came back, showered, and ate like she always did before a race. Pasta, rice, water. She had her routines. She had a coach. She had a whole future ahead of her. Around noon, Colin texted her. They had loosely planned to meet up, get a swim in, grab something to eat. She said yes. It was a friendly thing, nothing more. That's what she thought. That's what Colin thought too. But Caitlin Armstrong was already checking Mo's location. They met at a public pool in the afternoon. Mo got in the water and did laps. The water was cold, the kind of cold that snaps you awake. Colin got in too. They played around a little, not flirting, just being two people who trained hard and enjoyed being outside. There were other people there. Families, kids. Nobody paid attention to the black Jeep that had pulled into a spot near the entrance and sat there for a while with the engine off. Did Caitlin see them together? Probably. Maybe she didn't have to. She had the app. She knew the pool. She knew the route. She knew everything. She just sat there and let it feed her anger. After the swim, Mo and Colin went to a restaurant. They got a table outside and ordered food. Mo wasn't a big drinker before a race. She had water. She ate something simple and talked about the next morning's race, about how she was hoping for a good finish, about her legs feeling heavier than she liked. Colin was relaxed. He didn't see anything wrong. He didn't notice the Jeep drive past the restaurant twice. He didn't know that the woman he was going home to was sitting in traffic with a gun in her car. They finished dinner when the sun was starting to go down. Colin offered to drop Mo off at the apartment. She said sure. It was a normal thing, a friend giving a friend a ride. He pulled up in front of the small building, and Mo got out. She didn't hug him, she just waved and said she'd see him around. Colin drove off. He later told police he was home about 20 minutes after that. He said he didn't see Caitlin's Jeep. He said he didn't see anything strange at all. But Caitlin was there. She had followed them. She watched Mo walk up the steps and open the door. She waited. The apartment belonged to Mo's friend, and the friend was out for the evening. Mo had the place to herself. She was probably thinking about the morning. She had to get up before dawn, eat, get her gear, drive to the race start. She was probably making sure her bike was in good shape. She had her keys in her pocket. She had her phone in her hand. She walked into the hallway and turned on the light. The front door was unlocked. Maybe the latch was broken. Maybe her friend never locked it. Maybe Mo thought she would be alone. That's a detail that comes up again and again. She didn't lock it. She had no reason to. Caitlin Armstrong opened the door. She didn't knock. She didn't announce herself. She walked into the apartment with a gun. Mo saw her. She didn't know her. Not really. Caitlin was just someone she'd seen in a photo, a name that came up in conversation, the partner of a friend. Mo didn't even have time to say anything. The first shot hit her in the head. She tried to protect herself. She brought her hands up. The second shot hit her in the head. She went down. The third shot hit her in the chest, and the bullet was one of those that had to get through her fingers first. She put her hand up to block it. That's the kind of detail that makes you want to scream. She was blocking. She was still fighting. 3 shots. It was over in seconds. Caitlin stood there for a moment, looking at what she had done. Then she turned and walked out. She didn't take anything. She didn't search the apartment. She didn't try to make it look like a robbery. She just got back in the Jeep and drove away. Surveillance footage from a nearby street later showed the black Jeep leaving the area around that time. Not speeding, not swerving, just leaving, like she'd gone to pick up groceries. The friend came home later that night. She opened the door and saw Mo on the floor. She called 911. There was nothing anyone could do. Mo was already gone. When police arrived, they found a professional athlete who was supposed to be at a race the next morning, lying dead in an apartment that wasn't hers, with her bike leaning against the wall and her shoes by the door. At first, the police were confused. There was no sign of forced entry. Nothing was stolen. Mo still had her phone, her wallet, her credit cards. The only odd thing was the number of bullet wounds. This wasn't an accident. This wasn't a random break-in. Somebody had come to that apartment for one reason. They wanted her dead. They started going through Mo's phone. They found messages with Colin. They called him. He showed up at the station and told them about his history with Mo, about the swim and the dinner, about dropping her off. He looked like a man who had been hit by a train. He also told them about Caitlin, how Caitlin hadn't wanted him to see Mo, how she had been distant and moody and possessive, how she had said things about Mo that he'd ignored, because all couples say stupid things when they're jealous. He didn't think she'd ever do anything. But the police needed to talk to her. Caitlin came in calm. That was the first thing they noticed. She was calm in a way that didn't seem right. She didn't ask many questions. She didn't cry. She didn't look shocked. She gave a detailed alibi. She said she'd been at a yoga class. She said she went home after. She said she'd never been to that apartment in her life. She said she was devastated by the news. She was cooperative. She was polite. And because they didn't have enough evidence, they let her go. That was their only shot. She walked out of the station and never looked back. While she was walking out, though, the ballistics report was coming together. The bullets and shell casings from the apartment matched a specific kind of gun, and that gun was traced back to a purchase by Colin Strickland. Colin had bought it months earlier for Caitlin because she said she wanted protection. She said she was worried about being alone at home. She asked him to get her a gun. He got one for her. He never thought she would use it like that. But when the police found that match, everything started pointing in one direction. Caitlin Armstrong must have known. She couldn't hear it, but she could feel it. She started cleaning her tracks. First, she sold her Jeep. She sold it for cash to a private buyer, which made it harder to trace. She told people she was moving. She told her sister she needed a favor. Then she used her sister's passport. She bought a one-way ticket to Costa Rica, and before she got on that plane, she paid about $6,000 for plastic surgery. She changed her nose. She changed her lips. She thought that if she looked different enough, nobody would recognize the face on the news. She flew out of the country like a woman, with no intention of coming back. And for a while, it worked. For 43 days, Caitlin Armstrong lived under fake names in beach towns. She wore hats. She hung out at hostels. She tried to disappear. But people talk. A tourist recognized her somewhere, maybe in a restaurant, maybe on a street corner. They called authorities. And on day 43, she was arrested. Her face was still swollen from the surgery. She didn't say much. she was brought back to Austin to stand trial. The trial was not like a movie. It was slow. It was painful. The prosecution put on a case that was mostly just facts. The gun, the Jeep, the fake passport, the plastic surgery, the location data from the app. Her own phone had been in the area around the time of the murder. Her car had been seen leaving the area. The woman who said she had never been to that apartment had been sitting outside it. There was no moment where the whole courtroom gasped. There was just a pile of evidence, heavy and gray, getting bigger and bigger. Caitlin didn't testify. She sat at the defense table with her hair pulled back, wearing a dark blazer, trying to look like someone you could trust. But the jury saw her. They saw the coldness in her face. They saw the way she didn't flinch when the medical examiner described the wounds. They saw the way she didn't look at Mo's family. They saw a woman who was still thinking about herself, even then. The jury found her guilty of first-degree murder. The judge sentenced her to 90 years in prison. 90 years. She will be dead before she ever gets out. There was no emotion from her, no apology, no word for the people who loved Mo. She just stood there and took it, like she had already started the calculation of how to get through the next day. That was it. But the thing that stays with you, the thing you can't shake, is not the trial. It's not the plastic surgery. It's the thought of the front door. Mo Wilson came back to an apartment that wasn't hers, with a race the next day and her whole life ahead of her. She didn't lock the door because she didn't think she needed to. And Caitlin Armstrong, a woman she had never argued with, never threatened, never even really spoken to, was standing on the other side of that door with a gun. She had watched Mo's location on an app. She had followed her. She had waited. And she walked in. That's what kills people. It doesn't matter how fast you are, how strong you are, how many races you have ahead of you. Someone can open an unlocked door. And that's the whole story. Story 10. That morning he woke up at 6:41. No alarm. He'd been sleeping badly for weeks, and his body had started doing that thing of waking before the light. He lay on the mattress for a while, staring at the ceiling. Then he got up, made coffee in a pan, smoked a cigarette. He didn't shower. He was wearing the clothes he had slept in, jeans, a gray sweater, a dark coat, and he knew he'd have to be in those clothes later. He knew he would need to wash them off. So he just put on the same dirty coat and stood at the window, looking down into the courtyard. He had the knife already in his pocket, a black-handled steak knife, the kind that comes in a set of 6. He had sharpened it a few nights before by running the blade against the bottom of an enamel mug, because he didn't own a whetstone. Sharpening it wasn't a sudden decision. He had been thinking about it for weeks. The woman he was thinking about was Juliette DuPont. She was 72. She lived alone in the 9th arrondissement, in a building with a green door. Retired schoolteacher. That's what the press kept saying later, retired schoolteacher, as if that summed her up. She had white hair. She walked slowly. She went to the bakery every morning around 9, bought one bread roll, sometimes a newspaper, and came back. The route was the same every day. Hugo had learned it by watching. He first saw her on the first Sunday of October. He was walking near the canal, killing time, and she came out of the bakery and stopped to adjust her shoe. She wasn't late, she wasn't anxious, she wasn't looking at her phone. She just stood there, completely at ease with the day. He watched her for maybe a minute. Something twisted in him. He didn't know her. He had never spoken to her. But he felt this enormous, unnameable rage. The same rage he felt everywhere in Paris. A rage at people who had no idea that life was a trap. People who walked around smiling and buying bread as if there was any point to any of it. He followed her home. He saw the green door. He came back the next day and the day after. He learned her timing. 9 in the morning. Sometimes 9:10. Occasionally 9:20. He learned the blue coat she wore, the way she held the bakery bag, the way she paused at the curb. He didn't have a plan at first. Then he started to scout the alley. He chose the alley because it was a dead end. It was between a dry cleaner and a locked courtyard, a narrow gap only two people could walk through side by side. At the end there was a rusted gate and a dumpster. It smelled like old rubbish and cat piss. It had no camera of its own. He had walked past it 3 times, checking the angle from the bakery camera. The camera pointed at the bakery door. It didn't see the entrance to the alley. He timed the distance from the curb to the alley at 11 steps. He knew that if he took her by the arm at that exact spot, he would have maybe 60 seconds before anyone looked. On the morning of October 15th, he left his apartment at 7:40. He didn't take the metro. He walked the whole distance, from the 18th arrondissement to the 9th, following the same streets he had followed in his head 100 times. He stopped once to get a coffee, but he didn't drink it. He threw it into the street. He couldn't swallow anything. His hands were dry, his mouth was dry, but he wasn't sweating. He felt clear. He later told the police that the morning was the first time in years he had felt that kind of calm. It was the calm of a man who had stopped waiting. By 9, he was standing near the green door, across the street, behind a parked van. He wasn't hiding. He was doing the thing normal people do, standing, checking his phone, looking down the road as if waiting for someone. Nobody would have noticed him. He watched the door. It didn't open. It was cold. A bus went past. At 9:11, the door opened. Not at 9. She was 11 minutes late. He thought for a second that she had changed her routine. That part later almost stopped him. The small possibility of something different made him realize he had no backup plan. He would have to go home and be himself again, and the thought of that was unbearable. She came out wearing the blue coat and carrying a small dark handbag. She didn't look up. She turned right, as she always did. He walked after her on the other side of the street, keeping pace. He didn't try to walk naturally. He just walked. His right hand was in his pocket, holding the knife. He could feel the blade through the plastic bag. It was cold and hard. It seemed to know what to do. She crossed the street at the same spot as always. She walked past the wine shop, past the shuttered pharmacy. He was about 7 meters behind, on the same side now. There was no one else on the sidewalk except a man with a briefcase walking in the other direction. Hugo saw the alley appear on the left. He counted. 5 steps. 4. 3. He didn't say anything. He didn't call her name. He reached out and grabbed her upper arm, just above the elbow, and pulled hard. She turned toward him in surprise, and he kept pulling, using the momentum to get her into the alley. Her bag dropped. She made a sound that wasn't a scream. It was a short, high breath, like she had been punched. Her feet tried to stop, but she was 72 years old and he was pulling her straight into the shadows. She didn't fall. She stumbled, caught the wall with one hand, and looked at him. He later said that look wasn't fear. It was confusion. There was a moment where her brain hadn't caught up. That was the last normal moment in her life. He didn't think. He took out the knife and stabbed her in the chest. The first stab was too high. It hit bone. He felt a sharp jolt through his wrist. She made a noise again, and he saw her hand close on his sleeve. He pulled back and stabbed again, lower. This time there was no resistance. The blade went in smooth, like something he had done before. Her hand went slack. He looked down, and there was blood, a lot of it, dark, spreading on the blue coat. He looked at her face. She wasn't looking at him anymore. She was looking at the sky. She fell back against the dumpster, her legs folding under her. He let go of the knife. It stuck for a second and then fell out. He bent down and picked it up. He didn't wipe it. He walked to the end of the alley, past the locked gate, stopped, turned back. Her body wasn't visible from the street. The dumpster was between her and the entrance. He saw one black shoe lying near her leg. It had come off when she fell. He walked past her body and out into the street. When he came out, he expected someone to be standing there. There was no one. The man with the briefcase had gone. The street was empty. He crossed to the other side and walked toward the park. He didn't look back. He could feel blood on his hand, sticky between his fingers. There was a spray of it on the sleeve of his gray coat, small dark spots that were still wet. He kept his arm close to his body. He sat on a bench inside the park near a tree. He lit a cigarette. His fingers were shaking. When a dog came up and sniffed his shoes, he didn't move. The owner called the dog and said sorry. Hugo said something like it's fine. That was the first and only thing he said to another person for hours. He sat there for 10 minutes. He thought about staying. He thought about waiting until they found her, letting himself be caught there with the knife in his pocket, because maybe that was the real meaning of responsibility. But he didn't. He stood up and went to the public toilet near the metro. Inside, he ran his hands under cold water for a long time. The water in the little sink turned pink. He dried his hands on paper towels and looked at himself in the mirror. He saw a face he recognized but didn't feel connected to. Dark circles. Wet hair. A small red dot on his chin where he had cut himself shaving 2 days earlier. He kept touching that spot. He took off the gray coat and folded it. He had a dark hoodie underneath. The sleeve had a red patch near the cuff. He scrubbed it with a paper towel until it was just a wet stain. Then he left the toilet, went into a discount shop near the metro, and bought a black zip-up jacket. The cashier didn't look at him. He paid with a 20-euro note. He walked out. He dropped the gray coat and the knife into separate containers on the way home. The knife made a small sound when it hit metal, like a coin falling. He didn't stop to listen. By 11:15, he was back in his studio. He took off his shoes and put them in a plastic bag. He didn't know what to do with them yet. He took a shower, as hot as he could stand. He washed his hands 3 times. He scrubbed under his nails with a toothbrush. He never used that toothbrush again. He sat on the mattress wrapped in a towel and looked at the bookshelf. He felt empty, not sad, not scared. Empty, like all the noise in his head had switched off. For the first time in years, his mind was quiet. At 11:42, he turned on his phone. He opened Facebook. He wrote "Silence is no longer possible" and posted it. Then he put the phone face down on the floor and lay down. He didn't sleep. He just lay. Juliette Toupal's body was found at 10:27. A delivery driver took the alley to have a cigarette and saw the shoe. The police arrived within minutes. At first, they thought it was an attempted robbery, because her handbag was near the entrance, but the bag hadn't been opened. Nothing was missing. Her body was behind the dumpster, partly on its side. She had been stabbed 3 times. There were no defensive wounds on her hands. She had not fought back. There was a footprint near her foot that they later matched to Hugo's shoe, but it wasn't enough. The bakery camera didn't see the alley, but a camera at the bank on the corner showed a man in a gray coat standing near the entrance of the alley and then coming out of it a minute later. The image was small, but his face was visible for exactly 1 second when he turned to check for traffic. That image was sent around. a junior analyst in the cyber unit, recognized him. He spent his weekends moderating a philosophy forum and had seen Hugo's profile picture. They pulled up the public profile of Hugo Lemoyne. There were months of long, rambling posts about alienation and the lie of comfort. None of them mentioned Juliette Dupont. But at 11:42 that morning, while police were already standing over her body, Hugo had posted, "Silence is no longer possible." At 9:20 that night, 4 officers went up to the studio. Hugo opened the door before they knocked. He was wearing a clean t-shirt. His hair was still damp. When they asked if he knew why they were there, he said yes. He didn't resist. They searched the apartment. They didn't find the knife. They didn't find the coat. They found a pair of wet shoes in a plastic bag and a notebook filled with writing. In the margins, he had written subject over and over, but never a name. At the station, he was calm. He sat at the table with his hands in his lap. When they read him his rights, he said he understood. When they asked about the knife, he said he threw it away. When they asked why he had been near the alley, he said, "Because I chose to." He said he had been following Juliette Dupont for several weeks. He knew her schedule. He knew she was retired. He knew she lived alone. He said he didn't choose her because of who she was. He chose her because she was the perfect example of a life that had never been questioned. The investigator asked what that meant. Hugo looked at him and said, "She was satisfied." No one has the right to be satisfied. Those words became the center of the entire case. He didn't say he was sorry. He didn't say he was crazy. He said the murder was a necessary act. He called it a philosophical rebellion against a society that had accepted the lie of everyday life. That exact phrase, philosophical rebellion, was in the police report. The prosecutor repeated it so many times it stopped sounding like a phrase. It sounded like a brand. His defense lawyer tried. A psychiatrist said Hugo had been living with severe depression and social isolation for years. He said Hugo had constructed a world in his head where killing was a moral act. The prosecution brought another psychiatrist who said Hugo knew exactly what he was doing. He had planned a time, a place, a weapon, an escape route. He had disposed of the evidence. That was not a man who had lost touch with reality. That was a man who had found a solution. The jury agreed. In the spring of 2014, Hugo Lemoyne was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. After the verdict, the newspapers went back and forth. Some talked about the crisis of the humanities, about young men who read philosophy and lost all compassion. Others talked about mental health services and the hundreds of thousands of isolated people in Paris who had no one to talk to. All of it mattered, and none of it mattered. What mattered was the image of Juliette Dupont in her blue coat going to the bakery on a Tuesday morning, being pulled into an alley by a man she had never seen. But there is one thing that never made it into the papers. When the forensic team reviewed the footage from the camera at the bakery, they saw something strange. The camera didn't capture the alley. It captured the street in front of it. For a few seconds at 9:11, Juliette appears on screen, walking toward the bakery. She's about to pass the alley. Then she slows down. She turns her head and looks back over her shoulder. Not a fast glance, a slow look. The street behind her is empty. Hugo isn't there yet. He is still behind the parked van, out of frame. She stops for maybe 2 seconds. She pulls her coat tighter and keeps walking. Then, she disappears from view. No one has ever been able to explain why she looked back. Maybe she heard something. Maybe she had a feeling. Maybe it was nothing. But she did look. And the next time the camera catches her, she's at the entrance of the alley. And there's a man there. It all happens in seconds. and she still looked back before it happened, as if she knew something was coming, but she couldn't see it yet. And that look at an empty street is the only part of the whole case that still doesn't make sense. Story 11. She took off her jeans, put on a nightgown, and lay there for a while. She didn't have her contacts in yet, so everything was blurry. She remembered that detail now. She was practically blind without those little plastic lenses. Couldn't see across the room. Probably why she didn't scream sooner, or maybe it didn't matter. She didn't know. All she knew was that she had this stupid little alarm clock on the nightstand, and when she finally looked at it, it was after 2 in the morning. She was still awake. She was a night owl. Karen was asleep, breathing slow and quiet. Kathy was just lying there, thinking about her classes, the movie, her fiancé. Stupid stuff. She heard a noise. It wasn't loud. It was more like a thump, maybe, or a muffled sound. Then a door creaked. She didn't think much of it. The house was old, there were always noises, and there were always sisters wandering around. She closed her eyes. Then she heard something that made her freeze. It was a weird, wet kind of sound, like someone shaking a can of paint, or like a heavy object hitting something soft. And then a groan. A human groan. She was sure of it. She opened her eyes. The room was dark, but there was a dim light from the street coming through the window. She saw Karen sit up in the bed next to hers, sort of rubbing her eyes, and then she saw the figure. He was standing in the doorway that connected their room to Margaret and Lisa's. At least she thought that's where he was. He was big, broad, wearing dark clothes. Balaclava? No. A knit cap pulled down low. She didn't see a face. She saw a heavy shape, like a log in his right hand. He was just standing there, panting, like he'd run a race. Karen said something. Not a scream, more like, "What are you doing?" Or maybe she just gasped. Kathy didn't have time to think. The man didn't say anything. He just swung. The log, or whatever it was, came down on Karen's side of the bed. There was a sound like wood hitting wet clay. Karen let out a cry, but it was muffled, like her teeth had closed over her tongue. She fell sideways off the bed. Then he turned to Kathy. She didn't have her contacts, so it was all dark shapes. She did the only thing she knew to do. She rolled off her bed, onto the floor, and tried to crawl under it. She got her head under the frame, hid her face. Her back was still exposed. She remembered thinking, "This is it. He's going to hit me in the back of the neck." Instead, he hit her shoulder. The blow was so heavy it slammed her face into the floor. She felt her jaw go, not like a crack, but like a deep, jarring pop that ran all the way up into her skull. She tasted blood instantly. Her teeth clicked together and one of them snapped. She couldn't breathe for a second because the pain was like a wave that just floored her. She tried to scream, but her jaw wouldn't move. It was hanging open, dislocated. She made a sound, a weird gurgling noise from the back of her throat. He raised the log again. She saw it, through the blur, a dark angle coming down. She put her hand up. That saved her. The wood hit her forearm and cracked it, and then glanced off her shoulder again. She felt her skin tear open. It was like being hit by a car, not a person. She just lay there, half under the bed, blood pouring from her mouth, her arm bent wrong. She waited. She knew he was going to hit her again. There was absolutely nothing she could do about it. She should have been dead. That's not a dramatic phrase. She was certain of it. She heard him breathing. Heavy, ragged breaths. He grunted. And then the headlights. A car pulled into the driveway outside. The light swept through the window, across the ceiling, across the wall. She saw his shadow freeze. He turned. He stepped over Karen's body, or maybe he stepped over her. She didn't know. She just heard footsteps going into the adjoining room, then a door clicking, and then nothing. Silence. Just the sound of Karen moaning and her own blood dripping onto the floor. She tried to get up. She couldn't. Her jaw was broken, hanging loose. She crawled toward the door, leaving a smear of blood on the old carpet. She made it into the hallway. She was screaming, but it came out as a wet bubble. She remembered that another sister, someone from upstairs, came running. She was saying something, but Kathy couldn't understand. Her ears were ringing. She kept trying to tell her, "He's in there, he's in there," but the words didn't form right. Then the screaming started, from the adjoining room, from Lisa Levy's room. It was a sound she'd never heard before, and she's never heard it since. It wasn't a scream of fear, it was a scream of absolute soul-crushing agony, like something out of a slaughterhouse. It went on for what felt like a minute, but it was probably only a few seconds. They found Margaret first. She was dead. Bludgeoned, they found Lisa in the other bed. She was alive, barely, but not conscious. Her face was swollen, unrecognizable. There was a Clairol hairspray bottle next to her. The police later said he used it. Kathy didn't want to know the details, but the details came anyway. He'd strangled them with a stocking. He'd bitten Lisa on the buttocks, left teeth marks like a wild animal. He'd beaten them with a piece of firewood from the side of the house, an oak log, a chunk you'd use to light a fireplace. It had split on Margaret's skull. The ambulance came. The police came. Someone gave Kathy a towel to hold against her jaw, but she couldn't close her mouth. She sat on the front porch in her nightgown, shivering even though it wasn't cold. She watched them carry out Margaret and Lisa. Margaret was covered completely. Lisa's arm was hanging off the stretcher, white and limp. She thought about how, just a few hours before, Lisa had been sitting on her bed singing along to a song. She remembered the way Lisa laughed, this loud, goofy laugh that filled the whole room. She was in the hospital for weeks. They wired her jaw shut. She had to drink milkshakes through a straw for months. Her shoulder had a deep laceration, and she had to get surgery for her arm. But she was alive. Karen was alive too, but her jaw was broken in 2 places, and she lost teeth. They said the man was interrupted, that the headlights of a returning housemate scared him off. If that car hadn't come, they'd both be in the ground. She thought about that a lot. Still does. She never found out who was driving that car. It was just a face in the dark, but it saved her life. Then they found Cheryl Thomas. That was the part that made no sense to her at the time. Cheryl didn't live in the Chi Omega house. She lived in an apartment a few blocks away, over on Jefferson Street. The news said that a half hour later, some man broke into her apartment, beat her the same way, hit her on the head so hard that she went deaf in one ear and permanently lost her balance. She wasn't a sorority sister. She just lived nearby. The police thought it was the same guy, and they were right. Kathy remembered seeing Cheryl sometimes around campus, a pretty, quiet girl. When she heard about her, she couldn't breathe. The same night, the same hour, the same killer. He just walked out of their house, down the street, and did it again, like a switch. The cops gave her a stack of mugshots to look at. She couldn't see most of them because her face was still a swollen mess, and her eyes were almost shut. She was on painkillers, too. She remembers looking at blurry photos of men with different hairstyles, and nothing clicked. She didn't see his face that night. She only saw the shape. She told them he was big, had dark clothes, a knit cap. He moved fast. That's all she had. The weeks passed. They caught him in different states, Texas, Utah? All she knew was that the name came up on the news. Ted Bundy. A serial killer. He'd escaped from a jail in Colorado months before. He'd been arrested for kidnapping and broke out, climbed through the ceiling, or something. They said he'd been living right there in Tallahassee under a fake name. Chris Hagen. They found the name on a receipt or something. She didn't keep up with it. She was in too much pain. The trial was a circus. She had to testify. She had to walk into a courtroom and sit down, and the officers told her not to be afraid. But she was shaking. Her jaw was still wired, so she could barely speak. She looked across the room, and there he was. Ted Bundy. He was handsome. That's the thing that made her feel sick. He was dressed in a nice suit, and he had these calm, dark eyes, like a photograph of a movie star. He was not the monster she'd pictured in the dark. He was just a man. He looked at her, not with anger, not with anything. It was an empty, flat look, like she was a piece of furniture. She pointed at him. She said, "That's him," even though she had never seen his face. It was the build, the way he stood, the shape of his shoulders. It was him. She knew it with a certainty that wasn't rational, but it was real. The evidence was gruesome. They showed the jury pictures of the bite marks on Lisa's body. They had taken casts of Bundy's teeth. They matched, perfectly. A dentist spent days on it, matching up every ridge and chip. That was what convicted him. The hairspray bottle, the stockings, the piece of wood that she used to see stacked by the fireplace in the house. The thing that hit her in the shoulder had been part of a stack of firewood meant for warmth. The murder weapon was a campfire log. It was surreal. He killed more girls, at least 30, maybe more. He confessed to 8 before they executed him in '89. He said he did it because he liked to have control. He ran from the Chi Omega house to Cheryl's apartment in 20 minutes. He was still in a frenzy. If a police car had been on the street, he would have been caught before Cheryl. They never found out why he chose that night. He had fled from Colorado and was living in Tallahassee, working odd jobs, going by Chris Hagen. He could have escaped clean, but something in his head snapped, and he went hunting. Kathy still lives with the scars. She had her jaw rebuilt. She can't really feel her lower lip sometimes. She wakes up in the middle of the night, and she feels that weight on her shoulder. She hears the wood hitting her arm. She hears Lisa's scream, and she knows she can't do anything. She remembers waiting under that bed for the third blow, and she remembers how the car lights came through the window like some kind of miracle. Here's the thing that still haunts her. Not the attack, not the pain, not the months of drinking soup through a straw. It's what the detective told her later. They found Bundy's car, and in it they found a pair of handcuffs, and a plastic bag with some old receipts, a few sticks of gum, and a broken watch. On the watch, there was a faint smear of blood. They tested it. It matched Lisa Levy's blood type. That's how they tied him to the Chi Omega house. But the watch was broken. It had stopped at exactly 2:45 in the morning. Lisa died at 2:45. The watch stopped at the moment he was strangling her. The battery didn't die. It just stopped. The detective didn't make anything of it. He just said, yeah, watch probably broke when he hit her. But Kathy thinks about it differently. She thinks about all the things that had to line up for that to happen. The headlights, the broken watch, the bite marks. If any one of those had gone the other way, he would have walked free. And except for the headlights, all of the evidence came from the dead. The dead kept talking for a long time after he left. And the watch on his wrist, the one that stopped at exactly the moment the worst thing happened, stayed silent. But it said everything. Story 12. On May 20th, 2011, Michelle Liu was 26 years old and only weeks away from graduating nursing school. She lived in Hayward, California, in a place where the streets are lined with apartment buildings and the hospital is the biggest landmark. Michelle was the kind of person who thanked bus drivers and helped strangers pick up dropped groceries. She had a habit of putting her hand on your shoulder when she talked to you. She was one of those rare people who actually listened when you spoke, not just waited for their turn. In nursing school, she was exceptional. Her instructors loved her. Patients remembered her. She had a classmate who had panic attacks before exams, and Michelle used to sit with her in the parking lot and calm her down. That's the kind of person taken from the world. She knew Giselle Esteban for a long time. They weren't best friends, but they moved in the same circles. They had shared friends, and they used to text and laugh. Giselle had a daughter, and Michelle genuinely liked the little girl. There wasn't any reason for anger. But then Giselle went through a rough breakup with Scott, and something in her head twisted. Michelle didn't know Scott beyond a friendship. They had a class together. A few times they went to get coffee after study sessions. It was nothing romantic. But Giselle saw it completely differently. She started to believe Michelle was stealing Scott, that Michelle was secretly meeting him, that Michelle was the reason Scott didn't love her anymore. None of that was true, but it didn't matter. The messages started as angry texts. You need to stay away from him. I know what you're doing. You think you're better than me? Maybe at first it was just drama, but then it escalated. I'm going to make you pay. Michelle showed them to her classmates and laughed it off. She said, Giselle has always been dramatic. She didn't file a report. She didn't block her. She thought being nice would end it. Then the break-in at the nursing school. In early May, someone went into the administrative office after hours. Nothing was stolen except a folder that contained Michelle's class schedule and the parking permit for the hospital garage. Cameras showed a woman in a hoodie, but the face was covered. Police didn't connect it then. But that's how Giselle found out where Michelle would be on May 20th. On that morning, Michelle was happy. She woke at 5:30 and called her mom. They talked about her graduation dress. Michelle said she had a good feeling about the job interview at the hospital. Her mom said she was proud. Michelle drove to the hospital with the windows down and parked in the same spot she always parked, 3rd level, east side of the garage. She went in for her shift. She checked on her patients, took vitals, helped an older woman to the bathroom. She ate a sandwich in the break room. Around 2:30, she finished. She collected her things, said goodbye to a coworker, and walked out of the hospital and into the parking garage. At 2:45, she sent a text to her mom, shift over, going to get food, we'll call you later. Her mom wrote, okay, be safe. Michelle never read that reply. The garage was quiet. The lights were fluorescent and hummed. There were maybe 10 cars on that level. A blue sedan came in at 2:51, went up to the 2nd level and parked. The driver stayed in the car for about 20 minutes. Then the driver, a woman in a dark hoodie, walked up the stairs. A few people saw her, but no one thought anything of it. At around 3:10, Michelle walked to her car. She had her keys in one hand and her phone in the other. She probably wasn't paying attention because she felt safe. The garage was a hospital garage, bright and familiar. She got to her car, unlocked the driver's door, and started to open it. That's when Giselle came out from the space between her car and the one beside it. There's a security camera that caught part of it. It shows Michelle falling forward, the keys flying out of her hand. It shows a figure bending over her for about 30 seconds. Then, the figure stands up, picks something up from the ground, the phone, and walks away. It never shows the face clearly, but it shows the shoes. Those shoes were white sneakers with red marks on the soles. The official report said Michelle was struck in the head from behind, likely with a heavy object. She had defensive wounds on her hands. That tells you she knew what was happening for a few seconds. She tried to protect herself. But she didn't have a chance. Giselle dragged her down the stairwell and put her in the trunk of the blue sedan. She left Michelle's car where it was, driver's door open, blood on the asphalt and on the inside of the door. Before she left, she put something in the passenger seat. It was a hospital ID card belonging to a woman Michelle had never met. Giselle had apparently found it on the floor at the hospital days earlier and kept it. She planted it there to throw off the case, to make it look like maybe a stranger or a random employee was involved. It was the first sign of how calculated she was. Giselle drove to a remote area about 12 miles from her home. It was a dry creek bed with dense bushes. She dragged Michelle's body out, covered it with dirt and branches, and drove back. It was after 4 in the afternoon. She had killed Michelle, hidden the body, and still managed to act normal. She went home, showered, and then she went back to Scott's place, not to confess, but to frame him. She used Michelle's phone to write fake texts. One was to Scott, pretending to be Michelle. Something like, "I need to see you, meet me at your place." Another was to Michelle's mom, "I'm staying with a friend. Don't worry, I'm okay." Then she put the phone under the driver's seat of Scott's car. She knew the phone would ping there. She wanted to make it look like Scott had the phone, like Scott had hurt Michelle. And for a while, it worked. When police found the car, they found the blood, the ID, and then they found the phone in Scott's car. Scott was questioned. He was sweating and nervous. He looked guilty. But there was no blood in his car, no body, and an alibi. Police started looking at other people. Then they looked at Giselle. She had a history of threats. She had access to the schedule. And her car had a GP's tracker, the kind of tracker insurance companies put in your car for a discount. The GP's records showed her leaving her house at 2:49 on May 20th, arriving at the hospital parking garage at 2:52, leaving at 3:27. Exactly the time Michelle was attacked. The route from her GP's matched the location where the body was found. Giselle's shoes were found in a bag in her closet. They had Michelle's DNA on them. She tried to say she had never worn those shoes. She couldn't explain the GP's. And on her phone, detectives found searches she had made weeks before the murder. How to render someone unconscious, blood cleanup in car, decomposition time. She tried to say it was research for a school project, but she wasn't a forensic student. And then there was the pregnancy test. During the search of Giselle's apartment, officers found a used pregnancy test in the bathroom trash. It was wrapped in toilet paper. Investigators confirmed it had been used the morning of May 20th. It was negative. At first, they didn't know what to do with it. It seemed random. But then they understood. Giselle took that test that morning, before she went to the hospital, because she needed to make sure she wasn't pregnant. She didn't want any biological tie to Scott. She didn't want to be carrying his child, because that would connect her to him, and he was the person she was trying to frame. She didn't want any reason for people to feel sorry for her or to doubt her focus. She wanted no variables, so she peed on a stick, waited for the negative, and went straight out to commit murder. That's not impulsive. That's a checklist. While the search for Michelle was happening, Giselle played the role of the grieving friend. She went to vigils. She hugged Michelle's mother. She helped hang up missing person flyers. She told volunteers, "We're going to find her." She sat in on interviews with detectives and said, "I don't know what happened, I'm just so worried." She even suggested areas where they should search, deep areas, remote areas. Some people later thought she was playing games, pointing them just far enough away from the body. She kept this up for months. 3 months, actually, in August. A search team found a shallow grave in a heavily wooded area, 12 miles from Giselle's house. The remains were skeletal. Dental records confirmed it was Michelle. The medical examiner found fractures on the skull and ribs. Cause of death was blunt force trauma. The body had been placed in the grave face down, covered with dirt. It was so hidden that the search team almost missed it. Giselle had planned that too. When she was arrested, she didn't break down. She didn't confess. She sat in the interrogation room and denied everything. It wasn't until the DNA, the GPs, the phone, the texts, and the pregnancy test were laid out in front of her that she finally admitted it. But even then, she didn't take responsibility. She said it was an accident. She said they had argued in the garage. She said Michelle attacked her first. But how do you accidentally bring a heavy object to a parking garage? How do you accidentally take a pregnancy test to decide if you're going to commit murder? How do you accidentally drive to a remote area and dig a grave? The jury didn't buy it. They came back in less than a day. Giselle was sentenced to 25 years to life. At the trial, she showed no emotion. She wore the same blank face the whole time. When the prosecution showed a picture of Michelle in her graduation gown, Giselle didn't flinch. When Michelle's mother testified and broke down crying, Giselle didn't look at her. She sat with her hands folded on the table, looking at nothing. The only time she spoke was when the judge asked if she wanted to say anything. She said, "I'm sorry for what happened," in the same tone you use when you tell someone you're sorry you stepped on their foot. That was it. Then she walked out in handcuffs. The last thing that still gets people is what they found on Michelle's phone. When forensic analysts finally accessed the phone after it was recovered from Scott's car, they found a draft message that Michelle wrote at 3:08 in the afternoon, 2 minutes before Giselle came out from the cars. The message was addressed to Mom. There was nothing after it. No body text, no "I'm on my way," no "I love you." Just the word Mom. She had typed it. And then she stopped. Maybe she heard footsteps. Maybe she looked up from her phone and saw something. Or maybe she was just about to finish the sentence when her life ended. Giselle took the phone and used it to send lies, but she never deleted that draft. It sat there for months, a single word, unfinished. That's the last thing Michelle ever wrote. The very last thing she left in this world was her mother's name. Story 13. It started with a plane ticket Lynn bought with cash at a travel agency in Taipei. No one knew. Not her husband, Pone, not her kids, not the domestic helper who made her meals. She told them she was visiting an old friend in Hong Kong for 2 days. Instead, she flew to Los Angeles in a window seat and stared at the clouds for 11 hours. She didn't sleep. She didn't eat the meal they served. She just sat there, with her hands folded in her lap, thinking about the woman in that apartment. Guy, the name, burned in her mouth every time she said it. She had known about Guy for almost a year, but the baby changed everything. Lynn had always been the wife, the one who stood by Pone while he built his business, who raised 3 kids in Taipei while he spent months in California. She knew he had girlfriends. That was part of the deal. She never pushed. But Guy was different. Guy was a former hotel secretary from Qingdao, young, skinny, with long black hair. And she got pregnant. And she had the baby. A boy. Lynn found out through the bank statements, monthly deposits of $5,000 to a woman named Guy in Los Angeles. Then, the private detective sent her a photo taken from across the street. Guy pushing a stroller outside a white apartment building. And in the stroller, a baby. That photo almost killed Lynn. She sat at her kitchen table in Taipei and looked at it for a long time. She thought about her own children, about the inheritance they were promised. She thought about Pone coming home, kissing her forehead, saying he was tired. She decided she would fix it. Not Pone, not the lawyers. The day started early. Lynn woke up at 5 in the morning, took a shower, and put on a navy blue dress she thought looked friendly. She packed a small bag with a change of clothes and a cosmetic pouch. She also put in a pair of leather gloves, not because she planned violence, she told herself later, but because the airport was cold. She was lying to herself. She knew that. There was a reason she bought a one-way ticket. When she landed at LAX, it was a bright morning. She walked out of the terminal and felt the California sun on her face. It felt wrong. She took an Uber to a cheap motel near the airport and paid cash for one night. She didn't unpack. She just sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the photo on her phone. Then she sent a text to the number the detective had dug up. It was short. "Hi, Guy. This is Lynn, Pone's wife. I'm in LA. I want to talk to you. No drama, just want to meet you." She waited. 10 minutes. 20. Just as she was about to give up, the reply came. "Why would I meet you?" Lynn typed back, "Because I want to give you what you want. Pone, I'm tired of fighting. I want to meet the baby." There was a long pause. Then Guy replied with an address. Looking back, Lynn couldn't believe it worked. But it worked. Guy was probably too curious or too confident. She thought she was winning. That was her mistake. The apartment was in a complex near the Wilshire area. White walls, palm trees, a swimming pool that was empty. Lynn took an Uber, paid cash again. She wore an oversized pair of sunglasses and a baseball cap. She knocked on the door at around 1 in the afternoon. The door opened. Guy stood there, holding the baby on her hip. The baby was a few months old, fat cheeks, wearing a onesie with little ducks on it. Lynn remembered that detail later. The ducks. Guy looked even younger in person. She wore yoga pants and a tank top. She had a sharp, guarded look. She said, "You're here." Lynn said, "Yes," Guy said. "You're shorter than I thought." Neither of them laughed. Guy stepped aside and let Lynn in. The apartment was small, but decorated with nice furniture. A big white sofa, a glass coffee table, a flat-screen TV. On the wall there were pictures of Guy with friends, and one of the baby with Pone. Lynn saw it. Pone holding the baby in a backyard. He looked happy. Lynn had never seen him look that happy in 20 years of marriage. The baby started crying, and Guy walked into the kitchen to make a bottle. Lynn sat down on the sofa. She had rehearsed this conversation in her head dozens of times. She was going to say that she was leaving Pony, that she wanted Guy to be the wife, that she just wanted some visitation rights for her children. She was going to be calm. She was going to cry a little bit, but she was going to be civil. But when Guy came back and sat down across from her, Lynn didn't feel calm. She felt a wave of heat go through her chest. Guy was sitting there like she owned everything, like she had already won. The baby was in a little rocking chair making noises. Lynn started the speech. She said, "I know Pone loves you. I'm not going to stop you. I just want to see the baby, to be able to tell my kids about their brother." Guy looked at her with cold eyes and said, "I'm not going to let my son be around your kids. You're all going to try to take his inheritance." That was it. Something cracked inside Lynn. She stood up. Guy stood up too. Lynn didn't remember who grabbed who first, She just remembered the feeling of her hands closing around Guy's throat. They fell to the floor. The baby started screaming. Guy was strong. She scratched Lynn's arms, clawed at her face, tried to bite her. Lynn put her forearm against Guy's mouth, but Guy bit down so hard that Lynn screamed. Then she bit back. She bit Guy's arm right below the elbow. She bit down hard enough to break skin. She tasted blood. It was metallic and warm. Guy screamed and loosened her grip. Lynn pulled back. She was on top of Guy. She looked at the woman's face. Guy was crying, begging now. "Please," she said. "Please, the baby." Lynn saw the bite mark she had left. It was deep, an arc of teeth marks on Guy's forearm, already swelling. That was the moment everything went quiet. Lynn grabbed a crystal vase from the coffee table. It was heavy, about the size of a small melon. She hit Guy once in the temple. The vase didn't break. It made a dull, wet sound. Guy's eyes glazed over. Lynn hit her again, and again, until Guy stopped breathing. She let go. She sat there, on the floor next to Guy's body. The carpet was soaked with blood. Her dress was stained. Her hands were shaking, and the baby was screaming from the rocking chair. Lynn looked at the baby. It was red-faced, tiny fists waving. She knew she couldn't leave it. It would be a witness. It would be Pone's child, and it would always be a threat to her children, to her own blood. She told the police later that she didn't think. She just moved. She picked up a pillow from the couch and walked over to the baby. She pressed the pillow over its face. The baby kicked and twisted. It made a muffled sound. Lynn pressed harder, counting to 100 in her head. Then the kicking stopped. She stood there for a long time. The apartment was silent, except for the hum of the refrigerator. She walked into the bathroom, washed her hands, looked at herself in the mirror. She didn't recognize her own face. She went back into the living room, picked up her phone from the floor, and left. She didn't take anything else. She didn't even close the door properly. She took the bus back to the motel, changed into the other set of clothes, threw the dress and gloves in a dumpster near the motel. She took another Uber to Lax, used a fake name she had made up months ago, and boarded a flight back to Taipei that same night. She sat in the same kind of window seat, the same kind of plane, the same cabin pressure humming. She ordered a glass of wine and drank it. She couldn't taste anything. She slept for the first time in days. 4 days later, Pone called her from Hong Kong. He was sobbing so hard she could barely understand him. He said, "Guy and the baby are dead. Someone killed them." Lynn said, "Oh my God." She said it the right way. Pone believed her, but the police didn't. They found the bite mark on Guy's arm. They took Na. They flew to Taipei to ask Lynn to submit a swab. She refused at first, but they got a warrant. When the results came back, the saliva on the bite matched Lynn's DNA. They arrested her at her house. She didn't run. During the interrogation, Lynn broke down after 8 hours. She said she went to LA to talk to Guy. She said she intended to give her husband up. She said she didn't plan to kill them. But she admitted to the bite. She admitted to the baby. When the detective asked her why she killed an infant, Lynn said, "If I left him, he would always be a reminder. Pone would always have a reason to leave me. My kids would have to split everything with a child they never even saw. It's not fair." She said that word. There, the female detective crossed herself and left the room. The trial was a circus. 3 countries paid attention. The American prosecutors wanted life without parole. The Chinese community in Los Angeles was outraged because Guy was from Qingdao. The Taiwanese public was obsessed because Lynn was a wealthy socialite. Her lawyers argued she had postpartum mental issues. That didn't make sense because Lynn wasn't the one who gave birth. but they brought in psychiatrists who said she was in a dissociative state during the murder. Pone wrote a letter to the court asking for mercy. He said he forgave Lynn. He said he accepted responsibility for the affair. That letter probably saved her. The charge was reduced to voluntary manslaughter. She served 7 years in a California state prison. She was released and deported to Taiwan in the middle of the night. Here's the thing. Lynn has never really told her full story to anyone, except in that interrogation room. She went back to Taipei, lived with her sister, and stayed quiet. But one time, a reporter found her at a supermarket and asked her if she ever thought about the baby. Lynn was pushing a cart. She stopped. She looked at the reporter and said, "Which baby? The one I had or the one I made?" The reporter didn't understand. Lynn meant she had 3 kids at home in Taipei. She never mentioned the boy, not once. In all the recordings, in all the interviews, in all the psychiatric reports, there's one detail nobody noticed. When Lynn described the killing, she always said the baby. She never said his name. He didn't have a name. Pone never gave him one. He was just the baby. And after 7 years in prison, after her release, after she got back to her normal life, Lynn still doesn't see him as a person. She sees him as a threat that she eliminated. She once told a nurse at the prison clinic it was like cleaning a stain. Then she smiled and asked for a cup of tea. So when you ask me if there's a haunting tale there, yes, there is. But it's not the one you think. The haunting part isn't the murder. It's the emptiness. It's the way she went back to being a mother, a wife, a grandmother, as if the blood never touched her. As if the bite mark on that woman's arm was just a mosquito bite she scratched off. The last time anyone reported seeing Lynn, she was at a bus stop in Taipei, carrying a grocery bag with a stalk of celery sticking out. An old woman. Here's the thing. She was wearing a baseball cap. Same color as the one she wore to the apartment that day. And the bus she got on was headed to the airport. No one knows if she ever got off. Story 14. The morning was cold and white, the kind of January light that makes everything look flat. Betty was looking down to make sure she didn't step in anything when her daughter let go of her hand and pointed to the lot. "Mommy, what is that?" Betty looked over the fence. There was something white in the grass. It was too big to be a dog. It was too still to be a person. She thought it was a mannequin, a model body, because the legs were bent wrong and the arms were up at odd angles. She told her daughter to stay put. She pushed through the gap in the fence and walked into the lot. She was still thinking about the shoe repair, about the $1 she had in her coin purse. She got close enough to see that it wasn't a mannequin. The skin was too real. The hair was dark, and it was spread out in the dirt like a fan. The body was cut at the waist, and the lower half was lying a few feet away, turned a little, like a discarded doll. There was blood, but not a lot. The grass around it was dark and wet. She saw the face then. She saw the smile that was not a smile. The mouth was cut open from the corners all the way back, and something inside was dark. She didn't scream. She made a sound like a hiccup, and then she grabbed her daughter and ran. She dropped the paper bag with the shoe somewhere on the sidewalk. She didn't stop to pick it up. She ran to the neighbor's house across the way, but the woman wasn't home. She pounded on the door anyway, then turned and ran the rest of the block to her own house. Her hands were shaking so bad that she couldn't get the key in the lock. She started yelling for her husband out of habit, then remembered he was at work. Her daughter was crying and asking what was wrong. She picked her up and carried her inside and shut the door. The phone was in the hall. She dialed the operator and asked for the police. The man on the line asked what the emergency was. She said there was a dead woman in the vacant lot on South Norton. She said the woman was cut in half. The man asked if she was drunk. She said no. She gave her name and address and hung up. She sat on the floor with her daughter in her lap and rocked her. She smelled something on her coat. Gasoline, she didn't know why. The first police car showed up maybe 10 minutes later. 2 officers got out and stood at the edge of the lot with their hands on their hips. Betty was on her porch by then, holding her daughter inside the screen door, peeking through the gap. One officer walked across the grass and stopped short. He turned around and came back fast. He made a phone call. Within 20 minutes, the street was full of cars and men in suits. She found out later, without even trying, that the lead detectives were named Brown and Hansen. Brown was the older one, with a hat and a belly. Hansen was leaner, with a jaw like a shovel and eyes that looked like they hadn't slept in years. Hansen was the one who came to her porch. He asked her to walk him through what she saw. She did. She kept her arms wrapped tight across her chest. She heard herself repeating the same thing over and over. It was a mannequin. It was a mannequin. Hansen asked if she touched anything. She said no. She said she got close enough to see it wasn't a mannequin. And then she left. He asked about the smell. She said yes, she smelled something like paint thinner, but she thought it was from the car frame. Hansen wrote in a small notebook. She saw that his hand was steady. She wanted to ask him if the woman was really dead, but she knew the answer. She didn't ask. The officers started running tape around the lot. A photographer came with a big camera and a flash that popped, one after another, like heat lightning over the weeds. The corner of the grass was crisscrossed with footprints and tires. Brown walked to the spot where the body lay and crouched down. He didn't look like he wanted to be there. Hansen stood at the edge and looked over at Betty, then back at the body, then at Betty again. She figured he was thinking about her daughter. She wanted to tell him that her daughter didn't see it. But she wasn't sure. She stayed on the porch for hours. She watched a group of men hold up a white sheet and block the view, but the sheet moved with the wind and there were gaps. She saw one of the coroner's men take off his hat and wipe his forehead. He wasn't sweating. She saw him put the hat back on and bend down. At some point, Brown called Hansen over. They stood side by side, looking at something with their backs to the street. Hansen pulled a small glass bottle from his coat and held it under his nose, like smelling salts. Brown shook his head slowly. Then Hansen came over to the porch again and asked to use her phone. He made a call in the hallway. She stood in the kitchen, pretending to fill the kettle. She heard him say female, white, early 20s, severed at the waist. Somebody drained the blood and washed her down with gasoline. There was a pause. He said, "The face is cut up, like a clown grin." And the body was posed, arms up, legs spread. Someone did this to her after she was dead. Betty put the kettle down hard on the stove. She didn't want to hear anymore. Hansen came out and thanked her. He looked at the ceiling for a second. He said, "I hope you find a way to get that smell out of your coat." She didn't know what to say to that. News got around the neighborhood by early afternoon. The reporter came in a car with a big antenna, and then 2 more cars, and then a photographer with a long lens. One woman reporter, the one with the dark hair and the pencil line for eyebrows, tried to interview Betty through the screen door. Betty shook her head and shut the inside door. She pulled her daughter into the kitchen and made her a sandwich, but the girl wouldn't eat. She just asked why the lady had no legs. Betty said the lady was broken. She didn't know how else to put it. Her husband came home at 5 o'clock. He found her sitting at the kitchen table with the water kettling on the stove and the newspaper unopened. The radio was on, and the announcer was talking about a body found in a vacant lot in the Limert Park area. Betty's husband asked what was wrong. She told him. He sat down across from her and stared at the tablecloth for a long time. Then he said, "You shouldn't have gone over there." She said she didn't go over, she just looked. He said, "You looked. That's enough." The police didn't leave until after dark. The body was taken away in a closed van, and the lot was empty except for the tape and the bare patches of dirt where the blood had been. The crowd of onlookers had gone home. The reporters were gone. Betty's husband put their daughter to bed, but her daughter wouldn't sleep with the light off. Betty turned the lamp on in the hall and left the door cracked. Then she went outside for the first time since that morning. She still had the coat on. She stood on the edge of the porch and looked at the vacant lot. The streetlight made the tape look silver. There was a plastic covering over the place where the body had been. She wondered why they needed a plastic covering when the woman was already gone. She stepped down the porch, into the yard, and walked along the fence that separated her property from the lot. She didn't know why she did it. She just couldn't see what she needed to see from the porch. The fence was low, wire mesh. At the edge of the light, where the fence met the sidewalk, she saw something dark lying beside the torn gas that the police had cut. She bent down. It was a small, dark tube. She picked it up. It was lipstick, the red kind, still twisted up a little at the tip. There was a cap. No fingerprints, no mark, just a tiny scratch on the bottom of the case that looked like a letter S. She brought it inside. She let the door close behind her. Her husband was still sitting at the kitchen table, looking at a cup of water that had gone cold. She didn't mention the lipstick. She put it in the kitchen drawer, underneath the receipts and the twist ties, and she shut the drawer. She washed her hands. She washed them for a long time with dish soap and then with vinegar, but she still smelled gasoline on her wrists. She sat down at the table. Her husband looked at her and said, "You're white as a sheet." She didn't answer. She heard their daughter moving in the other room, and then a small voice calling out, over and over, "Mommy." The lady had a red smile. Betty stood up. She went to the doorway and stared at her daughter, who was sitting up in bed, not crying, not scared, just saying it like a fact. The girl said, "The lady had a red smile, and her eyes were open." Betty asked, "When did you see the lady?" The girl said, "When I ran to you." Betty took a breath. She had told herself that the girl didn't see it. But the girl was already running by the time Betty had even stopped. The girl could have seen everything. Betty didn't sleep. She sat in the kitchen with the drawer open, staring at the lipstick. She tried to think if it had been there before. She didn't wear lipstick. Her daughter didn't have any. It couldn't have been from a neighbor walking past, not right there at the edge of the police tape. She thought about Hansen saying the killer washed the body down with gasoline. She thought about how the lipstick was still red, how it looked like blood under the light. She picked it up and twisted up the tip. It was red, but not normal red. It was a little orange, like the shade you'd wear to a nightclub. She put the cap back on and put it in her pocket. She didn't know why. She just knew she wasn't going to tell anyone. The police had enough to worry about. She didn't want to be the woman who found odd things at the crime scene. She didn't want to be involved. At 3 a.m, she went back outside. The street was quiet. The vacant lot was still taped off. She walked to the same spot, through the gap in the fence, to the bare dirt where the body had been. There was a white chalk outline of something on the earth, but it was smudged. She stood there in the dark and looked at the place where the woman's face had been. She looked down at her own feet and saw a small piece of something in the dirt. She bent over and picked it up. It was a tooth. not a front tooth, a back molar, small and sharp. She looked at it, then at the place on the ground. She put it in her pocket with the lipstick. She went inside. She closed the door. She sat at the kitchen table and took the two things out of her pocket, a tube of lipstick, S scratched in the metal, and a tooth. She thought about the smile that wasn't a smile. She thought about how the killer had somehow washed the body clean, but had left that behind. Or maybe it had been in the grass all along, waiting for someone else to find it. She put both things in the drawer and shut it. In the morning, she would tell herself it was a coincidence. She would tell herself that the tooth belonged to an animal, that the lipstick was from a neighbor who dropped it. She would even try to convince herself that the gas smell was just from the cars on the street. But sitting there, in the last hour of the night, she knew she wasn't fooling anyone. She had two items in her kitchen drawer that no one in that house had ever owned, and the tooth was from a person. She turned off the kitchen light and went to look at her daughter one last time. The girl was asleep now, with the lamp on, her mouth slightly open. Betty leaned over and pulled the blanket up under her chin. Her daughter opened her eyes just a crack and whispered. The lady's smile didn't fit. Someone made it too big. Then she closed her eyes and rolled over. Betty stood there for a long time, listening to the wind in the wires outside. She could still smell gasoline on her own hands. She could feel the corner of the lipstick in her pocket, hard against her leg. She didn't know how, but she knew she was never going to be the same person who walked out of the house that morning to fix her shoe. And she was right. 2 days later, the papers would start calling the victim the Black Dahlia. But that night, she still didn't know her name. She only knew the woman had a tooth in the dirt and a smile on her face that somebody carved with a knife. Just to see. Betty unlocked the back door and went outside again, to the empty lot. She stood over the darkened ground. The chalk outline was still there. She realized she was standing exactly where the woman's head had been. She could feel the hard ground under her shoes, and something else, something soft. She knelt down, but she didn't touch anything. She just looked at the dark. And then she heard something behind her. A small voice, just 2 words. Her daughter. "Mommy, it's gone." It was gone, all of it. The lipstick and the tooth were inside. She put her hand in her pocket. The lipstick was still there. The tooth was still there. She turned toward the house. Her daughter was standing at the front door, watching her, a thin shadow in the lamplight. She wasn't pointing at the lot. She was pointing at Betty's hand, at the pocket. She said it again, quieter. "It's gone." Betty looked at her pocket. The lipstick was gone. The tooth was gone. She hadn't felt a thing. She looked at the empty lot. In the first pale gray of morning, right at the center of the chalk outline, there was a small, dark object. A tube of lipstick. And next to it, something bright and white. A tooth. She hadn't put them there. She knew she hadn't. She hadn't been gone more than a few seconds. Her daughter went back inside without a sound. Betty stood at the edge of the lot until the sun came up, watching the 2 small things in the dirt like they were alive. She never picked them up again. She never told anyone. She never went near South Norton again, not for the rest of her life. But sometimes, when the wind picked up and the light went pale, she looked at her pocket and saw the ghost of a lipstick tube pressing against the fabric. She still remembers the other item, too. She remembers that the tooth was not in the dirt when she picked it up. The tooth was in her pocket. And it got back to the ground without crossing the distance. That was the moment Betty Bingmere stopped being a housewife taking a morning walk. That was the moment she started being someone who carried a secret so heavy that she stopped telling people her full name. She would only ever say, "I found the dahlia." And she'd squeeze her pocket shut. She never explained what else she found. No one ever asked. Story 15. Rita was not like other kids. In 1973, nobody in West Lynn said the word autism. They said different. Her difference was not something people understood. She was smart, actually. She could sit for hours on the same bench and draw the same bridge from the same angle, and the drawing would be perfect. She saw things other people missed. But she also missed the things other people saw. She didn't pick up on jokes. She took things literally. She hated loud noises and sudden touch. She had routines, and if her routine got broken, she would crumble. That is what people mean when they say she struggled with her emotions. She didn't throw tantrums like a child. She would go somewhere quiet and cry until she couldn't breathe. The kids at West Lynn High School made her life a particular kind of hell. They called her freak. They called her worse. There was one boy who put a frog in her locker and closed the door, and when she opened it and the frog landed on her foot, she started screaming and couldn't stop. The school sent her home for the day because she was too disruptive. She was the one who got sent home. The boy who put the frog in the locker got nothing. That was the world Rita Jolly lived in. A girl who could draw the same bridge 50 times and never get tired of it was not a problem. She just was. She didn't have a way to explain herself, and nobody around her had the language to see her for what she was trying to be. That night at dinner, Rita was quiet. She pushed her food around on the plate. Her father asked if she was okay. She said yes. She didn't look up. Jill asked if she could borrow Rita's red pen, the one she used to sign her drawings. Rita said no. That was unusual. Rita almost never said no to Jill. Jill didn't think much of it at the time. She just thought Rita was having one of her moods. She went to the kitchen to wash dishes. Rita walked out the back door and let the screen door slam. Her mother called out something like, "Don't be late." Rita raised her hand without turning around. That was the last image her mother ever had of her. Rita took her usual route that evening. She went down the gravel path behind the house, then turned left on Willamette Drive. She walked downhill toward the old arch bridge. The bridge connects West Lynn and Oregon City, but it wasn't the bridge people think of today. It was an old steel arch, painted dark green with a narrow footwalk at the side. Cars went past close enough that you could reach out and touch the mirrors. Rita liked to stand in the middle, where you could feel the vibration of the cars through the soles of your shoes. She liked to watch the Willamette River moving underneath. The sun was still on the water. She had no reason to hurry. A few people saw her that evening. A man filling his truck at a gas station on the Oregon City side remembered her because she wasn't looking at anything. She was just standing at the railing, staring down at the water. There was a baseball game at the little park near the courthouse, and people were cheering, and she didn't turn her head once. He thought it was odd, but he didn't call anyone. That was the first sighting. The last confirmed sighting was around 9:15. A woman who police kept confidential was sitting in her car outside a store on Main Street in Oregon City. She saw Rita talking to a man in a dark car. The woman didn't think much of it because Rita looked calm. The man was white, probably in his late 20s. Clean cut, not scary looking. He was leaning over from the driver's seat and talking through the passenger window. Rita nodded at something he said, then walked around the car to the passenger side. The woman could not see if Rita got in or just stood there. She looked away for a second to fix her radio. When she looked back, the car was gone, and Rita was gone with it. That was it. That was the last time anybody saw Rita Jolly alive. Her mother called the neighbors at 10. She called the police at 11. The officer who took the call wrote Rita down as a runaway because she was 17. that made it voluntary, and nobody did much that first night. The next morning, her father drove to the bridge and stood there with a flashlight and a fishing pole. He told people later he thought maybe she fell in the water. He fished off that bridge until the current pulled his line and it snagged. He pulled up an old tire and threw it back. He stayed until the sun went down. He didn't know that Rita wasn't in the river. He just needed to do something. Police came the next day. They found nothing. They searched the riverbanks. They searched the gravel pits. They searched the abandoned lumber mill on the Oregon City side. Dogs followed a scent to the parking lot near the bridge and then lost it. There was no blood, no shoe, no piece of clothing. It was like she had been picked up off the sidewalk and taken straight into nowhere. People in the neighborhood put up missing posters with a black and white photo of Rita. She was smiling in that photo, but not really, because her eyes weren't in it. That smile never helped anyone find her. The family waited. That was all they could do. Decades passed. Jill got married. Her father died of a heart attack in 1981. Her mother started going gray and stopped going outside. But Rita never came home. And there was one thing that ruined all of them, that made them think she wasn't dead the whole time. It was a Tuesday night on June 28th of 1983. The 10-year anniversary of her disappearance was 2 days away. Their mother was asleep in a chair. Jill was sitting in the living room watching TV with the sound down low. The phone rang. It was a little after 11:30. Jill picked it up. For maybe 8 seconds there was nothing but static. Jill said hello twice. She almost hung up. Then a voice said, "Mom, Mom, Dad." It sounded like Rita, not a recording, not a child. It sounded like someone who was afraid to speak, who had to push each word out of her throat. The line beeped once, and then it went dead. Jill called the police. They traced the call to a payphone outside a gas station on Highway 99 in Salem. The gas station was closed. The floodlight above the payphone was still on, but there was nobody there. The manager said that phone had been making random calls all week because of a shorted switch. He thought it was just a mechanical problem. The police accepted that. They didn't put a name on the file, but Jill knew what she had heard. She knew her sister's voice. She never told her mother what the voice said, not the exact words, because she thought it would take the last bit of her mother's mind. She told her mother that it was a wrong number. That was a lie she carried for years. Then, Ted Bundy's name started circling around Rita's case. Bundy had confessed before his execution to a lot of murders, including 2 unidentified victims in Oregon. The detectives believed one of those victims was Rita Jolly. The other was a girl named Vicki Lynn Holloman, who had also disappeared in the same area. Bundy had been in Oregon in the early 70s. He knew the roads, the bridges, the places where a girl walking alone could vanish. There was no body. There was no Dina. But the family thought, from the way the detectives talked, that they had their answer. Except Bundy himself messed up the answer. He said he did not start killing until 1975. That would make it impossible for him to have taken Rita in June of 1973. He might have been lying. He might have been protecting himself or protecting his memory. He might have just been trying to control everything, even at the end. The detectives pressed him on Rita specifically in his final hours. He gave them nothing. He said he didn't remember a girl at the Arch Bridge. He changed the subject. He talked about other cases, other states, other victims. But he never gave the Jolly family the one thing they needed: a place, a name, a last truth. In the years after that, technology advanced further than anyone in 1973 could have imagined. detectors that could read the tiniest scrap of skin, a single hair, a drop of saliva. But there was no body to test. There was no hair. There was no toothbrush. Rita's mother had given her old clothes away. The only physical thing left was a sketchbook, and it had never been touched by her mouth or her skin. Nobody saved her hairbrush. The case stayed open, but empty. Rita Jolly is still 17. She is still standing on that bridge in her jeans and her yellow top, looking down at the water. Somewhere between the bridge and the dark car, the rest of her life got erased. No body was ever found. No grave was found. The only trace that ever came back to the family was a phone call from a payphone outside a closed gas station in Salem, 10 years after she disappeared. A voice that said, "Mom, Mom, Dad," and then hung up. No one knows if it was her. The police said it was a shorted switch. The manager said the phone was broken. Jill doesn't believe any of that. She says she knows her sister's voice. She says she would know it anywhere. But there is no way to prove it. And 50 years later, the number of people who remember Rita Jolly gets smaller every year. Jill still calls the detective every year. Every year, she gets the same answer, no change. She hangs up and looks across the river at the arch bridge, and she doesn't say anything. She just sits there. The phone never rings after those calls. It never has again. Story 16, he had been up since 7 that morning, a Friday, which was weird because he normally slept till 10 on Fridays. But there was a noise outside, a car door slamming, and then an argument between two guys on the street. He didn't think much of it. Isla Vista was always full of that kind of stuff. He lived on the second floor of a crumbling apartment building on Seville Road, about a block from the deli, and you learned to tune out the chaos. He made coffee, checked his phone, and that's when he saw the video. It was titled Elliot Rodgers' Retribution, and it was trending on Twitter before Twitter even knew what to do with it. He clicked it. There was this guy sitting in a BMW, talking to the camera, looking dead in the eyes. The guy said he was tired of being invisible, tired of watching girls throw themselves at other guys, and that he was going to make them pay. He recited a whole list of names. The Alpha Fist said something about a day of retribution. The voice was flat, dry, like he was reading a grocery list. He remembered feeling this cold knot in his stomach, but he also thought, okay, this is some loser with a camera. People say crazy stuff online all the time. He closed the video and went back to his coffee. He should have told someone. He thought about that later. He kept thinking about it through the whole night. The day went by normal. He had a class at 11, then lunch at the dining commons. Then he came home and did some reading. Around 4 he heard sirens, but that was normal too. Isla Vista had constant parties, fights, calls about drunk kids. He didn't even glance out the window. He was watching a show on his laptop, some comedy, when his roommate came in and said, "Dude, check your phone. Something's happening at the Alpha Phi house." He looked at his phone, and there was a buzz of messages from the Ucky SB group chat. Someone said there was a shooter, multiple shots fired. Another said a girl with a head injury was lying on the grass. He thought it was another prank, because people in that group chat always sent fake alerts. But then his roommate turned on the news, and they saw a live feed from a helicopter. There was a black BMW driving down the street. He watched the car hit a cyclist. He watched the driver lean out and fire a handgun at a crowd outside a party store. The sound was muffled, but he could see the people falling. That's when he felt the knot in his stomach turn into something else. That's when he realized the video from this morning wasn't just some guy talking. He locked the door. His hands were shaking. He didn't know if the shooter was coming toward them. He and his roommate pushed a bookshelf against the door, which was stupid, he knew, because if the shooter was outside with a gun, the bookshelf wouldn't stop anything. But it made them feel better. They crouched in the hallway between the living room and the kitchen, away from any windows. He could hear shouting outside, people running, a woman screaming for her friends. Then a series of loud bangs, clear and sharp. Gunshots, so close they made the floor vibrate. He counted them, 4, maybe 5. Then a squeal of tires. And then silence. He didn't move for what felt like 20 minutes, but it was probably only 2 or 3. Then his phone lit up with a message from a friend who lived on Del Playa Drive. The friend said, "The shooter went to the deli. He shot a guy. He felt his stomach drop. He had been to that deli 100 times. He knew the guy who worked the counter, the older one with the mustache. He thought about the deli owner and whether he was okay, but then he thought about the guy who got shot, the person on the ground, and he felt this sudden, stupid urge to run out there and see who it was. He didn't. He stayed in that hallway with his stomach pressing against his throat. The news reports started coming in faster. They said the shooter was a 22-year-old named Elliot Rodger and that he had a manifesto. They said he had uploaded the video this morning. They said he had killed someone at an apartment about 3 minutes from where he was sitting. Then they said the shooter tried to get into the Alpha Phi sorority house, but couldn't. That's why he shot 3 women outside. 2 of them died. A third was the one the reports called Survivor. That word, Survivor, made him think of how random all of it was. Some people were standing in the right spot, some were in the wrong one. He had almost gone to that deli to get a soda after his class, but he decided to come straight home instead. He kept thinking about that decision. He would think about it for months. Eventually, the police started banging on doors, telling everyone to evacuate. He and his roommate shuffled out with their hands up. The street was littered with shoes, hats, cell phones, things people had dropped when they ran. The police told them to go to the university campus, to a building that had been turned into a shelter. They walked through the crowd of students, all looking pale and confused. Some were crying. Others were on the phone, saying, I'm okay, over and over. He saw a girl with blood on her shirt, but it wasn't her own blood. It had come from someone else who had been standing next to her when she fell. She kept staring at the stain, not saying anything. When he got to the campus building, he sat on the floor next to a wall. A volunteer handed him a bottle of water. He took a sip, and then he couldn't swallow anymore. His throat felt like it was closing. That's when the reality hit him. This wasn't a drill. The shooter had actually done it. The guy in the video had actually done it. 6 people were dead, and he had seen the video that morning, and he had told no one. He had just closed the browser and gone to class. He couldn't stop thinking about that. It was like something inside him broke open, a huge weight pushing on his chest, and he couldn't push it back. Then the police gave a timeline. They said the shooting started at 9:30 in the evening at an apartment on Seville Road. That was right across the street from where he lived. He looked up at the ceiling. He had been watching TV at 9:30. He had been watching a comedy show, laughing, while Elliot Rodger was stabbing his roommates next door. He had heard nothing. No screams, no struggle, nothing. The walls in those buildings were thick, but you could usually hear people yelling. He didn't hear a thing. The next morning, the details came out. The names: George Chen, Cheng Wan Hong, Wei Han Wang, 20 years old, 19 years old, 20 years old. They were Rodger's roommates, and he had stabbed them each multiple times. The police found them in the apartment. Then Catherine Cooper and Veronica Weiss killed outside the sorority house. Christopher Michaels Martinez, killed at the deli. He was the one who had gone for a coffee after his class. He was 19. The worst part was the story about the wellness check. A woman who lived near Roger's family had called the police months earlier, concerned about his violent videos. The police had gone to his apartment, talked to him for a few minutes, and left. They said they found him charming and polite. The officers even noted that they found no reason to take any further action. He saw that on his phone in the campus building, and he felt this wave of nausea. He remembered the video, how flat and emotionless Roger's voice was. He couldn't understand how anyone could watch that and call him charming. But maybe they hadn't watched the video. Maybe they had just seen a skinny white kid in an expensive apartment, and they didn't want to cause trouble. He stayed in the shelter that night, even after they said it was safe to go home. He couldn't go back to Seville Road. He couldn't walk past that deli. He didn't sleep. He sat in a folding chair with his eyes open, watching the news on the big screen in the corner. They said Roger had shot himself in the head when the police cornered him. They said he had planned this for years. They said he had written a 141-page manifesto called My Twisted World, and that he had emailed it to his father and therapist before driving out. He saw a snippet of the manifesto on the news. It was all about how women were inferior, how they rejected him because they were attracted to supreme gentlemen who were basically white men who were more popular than him. He felt this weird, disconnected anger. He thought, this guy lived in the same town as me. He went to the same coffee shop. He drove the same streets. And all the time he was planning to kill people. Later that night, he saw the interview with Richard Martinez, Christopher's father. The man was standing in front of cameras, and his face was puffy and red, and he said the words, "Not one more." He said it twice. He said his son was kind and gentle, and he didn't deserve to die at the hands of a monster. The whole room was quiet. He felt the words land on him like a weight. He didn't know Richard Martinez. He had never seen Christopher's face before that night. But he saw the father's face, and that was the moment it became real. Not the video, not the gunshots, not the police. Just that man, a father, saying he'd explain to everyone that this was the system's fault, that no one did anything, that the cops came and left and said he's just a quiet kid, while his son was dying on the sidewalk with a bullet in his chest. He went home the next morning because he had nowhere else to go. He walked back to his apartment on Seville Road. The police tape was still up. There were memorials starting to form on the grass with candles and flowers. He saw a piece of paper taped to a fence. It was a picture of Christopher Michaels Martinez. He looked so young, wearing a hoodie, smiling like a normal kid. He stood there for a while. Then he walked past his own building and saw the apartment where Roger had killed his roommates. The windows were dark. He remembered that for a moment he and his own roommate had been joking about the argument they heard that morning. That argument had probably been Roger and one of his roommates. He saw the same car door slamming, the same voices. They were arguing about something stupid, maybe about dishes, maybe about money. And hours later, Roger stabbed them. He never got to know what the argument was about. That was the detail that stuck with him more than anything else. He had been standing at his kitchen window, listening to 3 young men arguing in a parking lot, thinking they were just being loud. He didn't even look out. He didn't see their faces. He didn't know that one of those voices belonged to a guy who was about to become a killer, and the other 2 voices belonged to guys who had about 16 hours left to live. He just turned away and filled his coffee mug, and now, every time he hears an argument outside, he has to force himself not to freeze. He has to tell himself that this is normal, that not every loud voice is an Elliot Rodger. But the thought always comes back, the same thought over and over. He was there, in that apartment, with a knife and a plan, and he was just his neighbor. He was just a guy in a black BMW who drove around town and argued with his roommates. And nobody, not him, not the police, not the therapists, not the family, nobody saw it coming until it was too late. He still has the watermark of his coffee mug on his windowsill. He still looks at it sometimes and remembers that morning. The sun was coming up, the neighbors were arguing, and he didn't know that he was a few hours away from watching 6 people die on his phone screen while his roommates lay dead across the street. He doesn't think he'll ever forgive himself for that. Not for anything he did, but for everything he didn't see. The town went back to normal after a few weeks. The tape came down, the candles blew away, people moved on. But he never went back to that deli. He never watched that comedy show again. And every night, when he closes his eyes, he hears the same thing, a car door slamming, a voice he can't quite make out, and then the sound of his own coffee mug dropping onto the counter as he finally looks up. Story 17, the night started off wrong from the beginning. Dedrick was 22. He had that little bit of fame, that little bit of money, and that little bit of restlessness that made him want to be out in the streets instead of home. He was going out with his girlfriend, Jenny Hyen. She was the steady one. He had his friends with him, Ignacio Hernandez, Christine Gilgers, Herman Flores. They all piled into a car and drove out to Miraloma, to a dead-end street called Edwanda Avenue, where somebody had set up an illegal drag race. This wasn't the kind of thing Dedrick needed to be doing. He had a career. People knew his face. But there he was, standing around with everybody else, watching cars line up, smelling burnt rubber, hearing the crowd holler. The drag race scene itself was a mix of people. There were black guys from different neighborhoods, Latino guys from different sets, a few women who came to watch their boyfriends race. Dedrick knew some of them, not by name, but by face. He walked around with that confidence he always had, maybe a little too much, especially after a few drinks. He had been drinking. Jenny told him to slow down, but he brushed her off. He was in a good mood. He loved the attention. Somebody recognized him, called him Dookie. He smiled and gave a little wave. But there was other attention, too. Around 1 in the morning, there was a confrontation between Dedrick's group and a group of Latino guys. Nothing big at first, just angry looks, some words thrown back and forth. The cops came and broke up the race, and everybody scattered. They all left Edwanda Avenue, but nobody went home. That's the thing. If they had gone home, it would have been just another night. But Dedrick and his friends were hungry. They drove to a pizza parlor nearby. I don't know the name of the place. It was one of those takeout joints with the fluorescent lights and the bulletproof glass at the counter. The parking lot was almost empty. They ordered pizza, sat down at a plastic table trying to shake off the energy from the race. Jenny was trying to get Dedrick to settle down. Ignacio was sitting across from him, laughing about something. Then, the door opened, and a whole group of guys came in. It was the same Latino group from the drag race. But there were more of them now, 15, maybe 20. They belonged to a set called ABC, which stood for something gang-related, part of the Bloods. They walked in with that swagger, looking around. Dedrick didn't have to do anything. Somebody else would have just let them pass. But Dedrick was drunk, and he was feeling invincible. Because he'd been in the movie. Because he thought he had something to prove. Because he was a young man with a name that people knew in L.A. He stood up and started yelling at them. Not just talking trash, he shouted insults. He claimed he was from a set called Mafia Crips. he threw gang signs. Right there in the middle of the pizza place, with his girlfriend sitting next to him. With his friends telling him to sit down, he picked a fight with 15 armed street soldiers. The ABC guys didn't hesitate. They swarmed him before he could even finish the first sentence. It was like watching a wave come over some kid standing too close to the water. Dedrick was tall, but he wasn't a fighter. He was an actor. He took a punch to the head and went staggering back. Jenny screamed. Ignacio jumped in to pull people off him, trying to shield Dedrick with his own body. Herman grabbed Christine and pulled her toward the back. Somebody knocked over a table. The whole room became a pile of bodies, fists hitting, feet kicking. Dedrick managed to stumble out of the door, across the street. But the gang followed. They beat him across the street. They didn't stop. By the time he hit the ground on the other side, he was barely conscious. His face was swollen, his clothes torn. He was lying on his stomach, half dead, blood coming from his nose and mouth. That should have been the end. That should have been enough. They could have just left him there. But one of them, a guy named Sonny Enraca, walked over to Ignacio, who was still trying to get to Dedrick. Enraca grabbed Ignacio by the hair. He pulled his head up. He asked him, "Where are you from?" Ignacio didn't have time to answer. Enraca put a gun to his back and pulled the trigger. Once, twice, the first shot went into his back. The second went into his head. Ignacio dropped like a stone. Then Enraca walked over to Dedrick, who was still alive, still breathing, still moving a little on the ground, and he stood over him. He put the gun to the back of Dedrick's head and fired one shot, execution style. No words, no hesitation. Dedrick died right there, face down, in the street, in the same kind of way he had probably seen in 100 movies, but never expected to live himself. Jenny saw it happen. She broke away from Herman and Christine. She ran toward Enraca screaming. She didn't have a weapon, she just charged at him. She was probably trying to push him away, or kick him, or maybe she just lost all sense because she saw her boyfriend get his head blown off. Enraca turned the gun and shot her. The bullet hit her in the neck, severing her spinal cord. She went down and didn't get up. For a second, Enraca stood there, looking at all three of them on the ground. Then he ran, along with the rest of the gang, disappearing into the night. The police came later. Neighbors said they heard the gunshots, 3 distinct pops. Somebody called 911. The paramedics arrived to find Dedrick and Ignacio already dead. But Jenny was still alive. She was paralyzed from the neck down. She couldn't move, she couldn't speak, but she could blink. She had to lie there and watch the paramedics work on her boyfriend's body, knowing he was gone. Herman and Christine were in shock. They told the police everything. Jenny, somehow, later managed to identify Enraca in a lineup. They caught him about a month later. He was 16 years old. At trial, Enraca's story changed. He said he acted in self-defense. He said Dedrick flashed gang signs and threatened him, and that he thought he was going to be attacked. But there were too many witnesses. There were 15 or 20 of them against one unarmed Dedrick, and then Ignacio, who was unarmed, and then Jenny, who was unarmed. The jury didn't buy it. They convicted him of 2 counts of first-degree murder. The judge sentenced him to death. That was in 1999. But here's the thing that still bothers people. The thing that makes this case stick in the throat. It wasn't just the shooting. It wasn't just that a young man from a famous movie got killed over nothing. It was the way it happened. The way Enraca grabbed Ignacio's hair and held his head up before he shot him. That wasn't a fight. That wasn't self-defense. That was an execution, like a ritual, like he wanted to look at the guy's face before he killed him. He didn't even ask Dedrick anything. He didn't look him in the eye. He just walked up behind him and put a bullet in his head while he was lying in the gutter, already beaten half to death. It was cold. It was deliberate. And then there's the other thing. The strange twist of fate that nobody can explain. Dedrick's co-star from Boys in the Hood, the man who played the gangster O-Dog, his name was Lloyd Avery II. Avery also got caught up in the gang life. He killed 2 people in a drug deal. He was sentenced to death. He died in prison, shot by a fellow inmate in the year 2005. Here's the eerie part. His character in the movie died on the same street that Dedrick was killed on, in the same manner, face down with a bullet to the back of the head. The movie came out in '91. Dedrick and Lloyd both ended up in real life mirroring the violent death from the film. It was like they were destined to play out that scene for real. Dedrick's family was devastated. They had watched him grow from a little boy into a young man with a future. He was supposed to be the one who got out. He was in a movie, for God's sake. He was supposed to be on his way. But he went to a drag race on a Friday night, got in his feelings about some disrespect, and ended up dead in the street. Jenny Hyen spent the rest of her life in a wheelchair. She couldn't even brush her own teeth. She had to depend on someone else to do everything for her. She was 23. I heard that she never forgave him. Not really. Not because he got killed, but because he was so stupid. He didn't have to shout at those guys. He didn't have to throw those gang signs. He wasn't from the streets anymore. He was an actor. But he still had that need to be tough, and that need killed him. I think about that night sometimes. Not the movie version with the dramatic music, but the actual sequence. The drag race, the pizza place, the running across the street, the 3 shots like firecrackers in the dark. I think about how fast it all happened. 1 minute Dedrick was shouting, waving his hands. A minute later he was on the ground, and a 16-year-old with a gun was standing over him, pulling the trigger. It wasn't a war. It wasn't revenge. It was just a stupid, pointless, ugly thing that ended with 2 dead bodies, 1 paralyzed girl, and a killer who spent 2 decades on death row before the governor of California commuted his sentence to life without parole in 2019. He's still alive. He's still breathing. Ignacio isn't. Dedrick isn't. There's a memorial, I think, near the spot where he fell. Or there was. People leave flowers sometimes. But the street doesn't look any different. It's just a residential street in Miraloma. The houses are quiet. The neighbors don't talk about it much. If you drive down Edwanda Avenue at night, it's just another empty street with streetlights and sidewalks. But if you stop and stand still, you can almost hear the sound of the crowd, the shouting, the running footsteps, the crack of the gun. And then you remember what one of the witnesses said at the trial. When Enraka stood over Dedrick, he looked down at him for a second. Not with hatred, not with anger, just a blank look. Then he raised the gun, put it right behind Dedrick's ear, and fired. Dedrick's body jumped once and went still. Enraka turned around and walked away. He was holding the gun in a way that looked natural, like he was carrying a grocery bag. And the last thing he said to nobody in particular, according to one of the older gang members, he'll get up. But he didn't. Story 18. The last person to see Christopher Reagan alive was the woman who helped cut him apart. That's not a movie line. That's a fact that came out in an interrogation room in Indiana almost 2 years after he disappeared. And it still makes people in Iron River, Michigan, feel sick. Christopher was a former military man. He didn't talk about his time in service, but the way he carried himself said enough. He was quiet. He paid attention. He moved to Iron River years before he vanished. He worked at the same factory as Terry O'Donnell, Jason Cochran, and Kelly Cochran. Terry was the closest thing to a brother Christopher had. Jason and Kelly were a married couple who lived in a small house on a dead-end road. At least, that's how it looked from the outside. In 2014, Christopher took a job in Asheville, North Carolina. It wasn't a permanent goodbye. He kept in touch with Terry. He came back to Iron River now and then. In October of 2014, he came back to meet Terry. He told Terry to hold the afternoon. Terry held it. Christopher never showed up. The first thing police found was his car. It was parked on a gravel road not far from the Cochran house. The keys were in the ignition. The doors were locked. On the passenger seat sat a piece of paper with directions on it. The directions ended at Jason and Kelly Cochran's front door. A route. A handwritten route from that gravel road to the house. That was the note that made the whole case hard to close. At the factory, the affair between Christopher and Kelly was an open secret. Everybody knew. People saw how they looked at each other. People saw her leave the building at the same time he did. Nobody said anything to Jason. Maybe that was the cruelty of a small town. You let people make their own mistakes, and then you act surprised when things explode. On the morning of October 14th, 2014, Christopher sent Terry a message saying he had to make one stop first. That was it. Terry later said he figured Christopher was running late. He didn't think twice. At the Cochran house, the blinds were closed. Kelly later said she thought Jason was at work that day. She said Christopher wasn't supposed to be there. But Christopher did go there. He parked his car on a gravel road about a mile from the house. The note was left on the passenger seat. Then he walked to the Cochran house. He went inside, and he never came out. Here's what Kelly told the detective, eventually, in her own words. Jason ambushed him. He was waiting in the hallway, out of sight. Christopher probably heard something and turned. Jason shot him in the head, not once. Twice, the first bullet did the damage. The second one was just to make sure. Christopher didn't fall like in the movies. He took 2 steps, maybe 3, and then his legs gave out. He hit the floor face first. Kelly heard the sound of his body hitting the ground. She would later say that sound was worse than the gunshot. The gunshot was loud. But the body was heavy. The body was a man she had been sleeping with, and he was dead before he hit the floor. Jason came out of the hallway with the gun still in his hand. He pointed it at Kelly. He told her she was going to help him get rid of the body. She didn't run. She didn't scream. She stood there. And then she went to the garage and got the hacksaw. That was the detail that destroyed everyone in the courtroom when the interrogation audio was played. A hacksaw. A red-handled hacksaw with a blade that was already dull. They used it anyway. Dismemberment is not clean. It takes hours, especially with a hacksaw. The blade slips. The muscle pulls. The bone splinters. The hacksaw catches and then suddenly gives way. Kelly held the leg while Jason sawed. She said she did it because she was forced. But Jason didn't tie her up. He didn't lock her in a room. He told her to help, and she helped. It took the rest of the afternoon. The body was still warm for part of it. The blood had started to pool where Christopher lay. The smell got into their clothes. It hung in the house. They wrapped the pieces in black plastic trash bags, 2 bags per limb. They put the bags in the bed of Jason's truck. They drove out to a gravel road near Crystal Falls and dumped the bags, not all in the same place. Jason wanted them scattered. Kelly didn't argue. She stood there and watched him throw the bags into the brush like they were garbage. Christopher's car stayed where he left it, a mile from the house, with the note on the passenger seat. Jason made sure of that. He wanted it to look like Christopher had planned to go somewhere and never made it. He wanted the note to point police toward the Cochran house. And it worked for a while. Terry called the police. The car was found. The note was found. Police knocked on Jason and Kelly's door. Both of them said Christopher had never been there. Jason offered to help search. Kelly made coffee for the officers. They were calm. They were cooperative. They were the picture of a normal married couple. The affair came up. It always comes up. Kelly denied it. Jason said he didn't believe it. The case went cold. No body, no crime. That's how it was for months. Then Detective Jeremy Ogden took over. He wasn't from Iron River, so he didn't have the factory rumors in his head. He went back and looked at the note. He went to the factory. He talked to the people who didn't want to talk. He found out the affair was not a rumor. It was happening. He got a search warrant for the Cochran house. They didn't find blood. Not enough, but they found bleach. They found a rug that had been replaced. They found a smell in the garage that the officers didn't like. It wasn't enough to arrest anybody. But that search scared them. Within a week, Jason and Kelly sold their house and moved to Indiana. They left without telling anyone. They didn't even take their mailbox key. That was the moment Detective Ogden knew he was on the right track. 4 months after the move, in February of 2016, Kelly called 911 and said Jason was not breathing. She told the dispatcher he had overdosed. When the medics got there, Jason Cochran was dead. He was face up on the bed. Kelly was in the kitchen, calm. The autopsy quickly made clear that this was not an overdose. Jason had been strangled. There were petechial hemorrhages in his eyes, little broken blood vessels that happen when someone is suffocated. You don't get those from medication. You get those from pressure. Kelly broke under questioning. Detective Jeremy Ogden sat in the room with her, not yelling, just asking about Christopher. Asking about the note. Asking about the hacksaw. And Kelly started talking. She said Jason discovered the affair. She said Jason made her help. On October 14, 2014, Jason ambushed Christopher in their home and shot him in the head. Then they dismembered him with a hacksaw. They dumped the remains near Crystal Falls. She said it like she was reading a grocery list. And then she admitted to killing Jason. She was angry. The rage had been building ever since Jason took Christopher away. She injected Jason with a fatal dose of medication. But it wasn't killing him fast enough. So she held a pillow over his face until he stopped breathing. The medication was in his system. The strangulation was what actually killed him. She wanted to make sure. She led police to Crystal Falls. She pointed at a stretch of trees off a gravel road. They found the black bags. They were still mostly intact. Christopher's skull was recovered. It had 2 bullet holes in it. The rest of his remains had hacksaw marks. The medical examiner said the cut marks were consistent with a dull blade and a lot of effort. That's what Detective Ogden couldn't get past. Not the shooting. Not the note. Not the smell of bleach. It was the hacksaw. He kept thinking about Kelly standing in that laundry room, holding Christopher's leg while her husband sawed through the bone. She claimed she loved Christopher. She claimed Jason forced her. But at any moment while Jason was busy cutting, she could have run. She could have grabbed the gun. She could have done something. She didn't. Kelly Cochran was convicted of premeditated murder and sentenced to life without parole. She will die in prison. She never stood trial for Christopher's death because she was already going away forever. But the truth about Christopher came out anyway. There's one detail that still doesn't sit right. The note found in Christopher's car was folded into a perfect square. Christopher was in the military. He folded things exactly like that. But there was no pen in the car. There was no pen on Christopher when they found the body. And Christopher never went anywhere without a pen. That was a known thing. People who worked with him said that. The pen was never found. So, who wrote the note? They never proved it. Christopher might have written it himself. Or Jason forced Kelly to write it while the body was still on the floor. Or Kelly wrote it on her own before Christopher even got there, to make sure the police would look in the only direction she wanted them to look. The last person to see Christopher Reagan alive was the woman who helped cut him apart. She still says she loved him. She said it in the interrogation. She said it in court. And she never explained why she kept the note folded like a soldier would fold it. She is the only one who knows. And she'll never tell. Story 19. On a Tuesday morning, in September of 1981, Ruth Finley came out of her house in Wichita wearing a housecoat and slippers. She crossed the lawn, walked to the corner, and dropped 2 envelopes into a blue mailbox. She looked both ways, adjusted her robe, and went back inside. She had no idea that 2 detectives in a van across the street were watching her. She had no idea the postal inspector had already agreed to open the box 10 minutes after she walked away. And she definitely had no idea that the envelopes she had just mailed were addressed to the chief of police and signed the poet. But that's the thing about Ruth Finley. She was the poet. Everyone in the neighborhood described Ruth as soft-spoken. She was 48 years old, a housewife, kept a neat little place near the edge of Wichita. She wore her hair in a bun. She brought casseroles to sick neighbors. She said please and thank you and didn't raise her voice. She looked like the kind of woman who would cry at a commercial for laundry soap. There was nothing about her that suggested she would ever be the center of a case so strange that it made the detectives who worked it want to quit. The first poem arrived in the spring of 1978. It was in a plain white envelope with no return address, postmarked Wichita. Ruth found it in her mailbox around noon. She thought it was a mistake. Then she unfolded the paper and read it. It was handwritten in block letters. It rhymed. It had 3 stanzas about watching her through the kitchen window and wanting to see what color her blood was. It ended with the poet. She didn't scream. She didn't call the police right away. She put the letter in the kitchen drawer under the coupons. Her hands were shaking, but she folded it neatly like she was folding a bedsheet. She told her husband about it later that night after dinner. She said someone left a nasty note in the mailbox. She didn't tell him, and probably didn't tell herself, that the note knew her name. It said, "Sweet Ruth." It said he could see her at night. The timing mattered. 1978 was the year BTK was already a ghost in Wichita's throat. People locked their doors. Women stopped walking alone. The news talked about the monster who was writing letters to police, taunting them, killing families in their own homes. The whole city sat with the lights on. Ruth's husband had a heart attack in April of that same year. She found him on the bathroom floor in his pajamas, his lips blue. He survived, but something in Ruth did not. After that, she always looked like she was listening to a faraway sound that no one else could hear. The letters kept coming. Every couple of weeks, another one. Macabre rhymes. Talk of ropes, knives, shadows, mouths. The police told Ruth to keep them, not to touch them too much. She'd hand them over with her hands shaking. Each one had the same block handwriting. Each one was signed the poet. The signature was always slanted at the same weird angle, like the person was writing with their left hand, even though the letters were dark and heavy, like a right-handed person pressing hard. In June of 1979, Ruth told police that someone had followed her home from a grocery store. She said the car was dark, maybe a Ford, and that the driver had been wearing a hat. She couldn't give a plate number. She said she felt the car breathing behind her the whole way. A patrol officer wrote victim credible in the report. The police already had 24 reports like this from other women. They didn't have the manpower or the answers to question every detail. Then came the abduction. In July of 1979, Ruth said she was taken from a parking lot outside a pharmacy. She said something was put over her head, a hood or a bag, and she was pushed into a car. She said she was driven for a long time, maybe an hour, maybe more. She was let out near a river. She had no visible injuries, no fingerprints, no witnesses. Her clothes were dirty. Her hands were bleeding from rope marks on her wrists. The police wrote it all down. The BTK task force looked at it and filed it under possible copycat. Ruth was the only one who thought the poet and the man who took her were the same person. She said the last thing she heard before the car door closed was a voice whispering a rhyme. In August of 1979, it got worse. Ruth was found outside a mall, near the east entrance, at the bottom of the steps by the bus stop. She had a knife wound in her lower back. The paramedics said she wasn't crying. She was humming a lullaby. The knife had punctured her kidney. She lost so much blood that the surgeon later said if the ambulance had come 1 minute later, she would have died on the pavement. Ruth stayed in the hospital for 9 days. She had a scar shaped like a crescent moon. The city was furious. A middle-aged housewife had been stabbed in broad daylight. Reporters camped outside her house. The police chief at the time had to make a statement. He said Wichita would not be terrorized. He promised every resource. What he didn't tell the news was that the knife wound was odd. The angle was wrong. It went downward, not upward, like it would have been if someone came from behind. There were no defensive wounds. The pathologist wrote atypical in his notes, but no one pushed it, because Ruth was a victim. The city needed a victim, not another suspect. After Ruth came home from the hospital, the harassment got more violent. Someone threw a bag of dog feces at her front door. Someone left a mason jar filled with gasoline and a rag on the porch. The rag didn't even burn. The fire department called it an attempted arson. A few weeks later, a dead squirrel was found in Ruth's mailbox, its neck twisted, wrapped in a page of newspaper. Ruth called the police every time. She gave the same description every time: tall, dark coat, ran away. The police set up cameras. They parked a car at the curb. They put floodlights on the side of the house. For months, no one came near the property. Not once. The only thing that moved on that street at night was a stray cat and a paper bag blowing across the sidewalk. But the letters kept coming, so the police reasoned somebody was mailing them from another part of town, because the letters had postmarks. They weren't being left in the mailbox, they were going through the post office. That meant the stalker knew how to slip past the surveillance. He was smart. He was patient. He was almost like a ghost. It took until September of 1981 for someone to look at the whole case like a math problem, and that man was Chief Richard Lemunion. He was a quiet man. He didn't believe in coincidences. He sat down in his office one Tuesday morning and pulled the poet file. He read the letters. He read the police reports. He read Ruth's diary, which her husband had given them as evidence. The diary was a black and white marble notebook. Ruth had kept it for years. She wrote about her garden, her husband's health, her fear of the poet. She wrote about a dream she had 3 years before the letters ever started. The dream was about a red bandana. She wrote the word bandana, not handkerchief. She wrote that the bandana was folded and that someone held it over her mouth. A month later, the poet wrote a poem about a woman whose mouth was filled with a red bandana. The exact same word. The exact same image. The chief checked the postmark on the poem. Ruth's diary entry was older. That meant the poet had read her diary before writing to her. Or Ruth had read her own diary and then forgot writing the poem. Or she hadn't forgot. Chief Lemunion noticed something else. The poet's letters used phrases that appeared in Ruth's diary entries, sometimes 2 or 3 days before the poem arrived. No one else could have seen those entries. Ruth's husband said he never read her diary. He said she was private about it. She kept it in a shoebox under the bed, and the shoebox looked untouched. The chief also noticed that the poet letters were all postmarked from the same zip code as Ruth's house. Not 1, not 2. All of them. A stalker who was smart enough to slip past police surveillance somehow kept mailing his letters from the same 3-block area where his victim lived. That made no sense. So the chief made a decision. He didn't ask Ruth any questions. He didn't search her house. He set up a mailbox trap. 2 detectives parked in a blue van down the street. The postal inspector opened the corner mailbox and put a clean bag inside it. Then they waited. At 7:45 in the morning, Ruth Finley came out of her house in her housecoat and slippers. She walked to the corner. She put 2 envelopes into the blue mailbox. She looked both ways, adjusted her robe, and walked back inside. The postal inspector opened the box. Both envelopes were addressed to Chief Lemunion. Both were signed the poet. Both were in Ruth's handwriting. One was a poem about a woman in a garden whose blood soaked the roots of a rose bush. The other was a short note that said, in block letters, "You are close. Keep looking." The chief called Ruth later that morning. He didn't say why. He told her he needed her to come down to the station to look at something. She said she would be there in 30 minutes. She showed up wearing a floral dress and a cardigan. She was calm. Her hair was in a bun. A detective led her into a room with no windows. On the table were the 2 envelopes and the 2 copies of the letters. She sat down. She touched the envelope with 1 finger. Then she looked up and said that it was her handwriting. She said it again. And then she said, "But I didn't write it." No one in the room knew what to do with that. She wasn't being hostile. She wasn't trying to trick anybody. She sounded genuinely confused, like a woman who had just been told her house was on fire and couldn't remember ever lighting a match. She sat there for a long time with her hands in her lap. Then she asked to see the poem. She read it out loud. Her voice shook. When she got to the line about the woman with the red bandana over her mouth, she stopped. She said the word bandana twice. Then she put the paper down and said, "I remember that. I remember what that felt like." That afternoon, the county psychiatrist was brought in. At first, Ruth couldn't explain anything. She kept saying, "I don't remember writing it. I don't remember mailing it." She looked at her hands like they belonged to someone else. She was rocking in her chair. The doctor spoke to her gently. Slowly, Ruth started to talk about her scar. She lifted her sweater and showed the crescent moon on her lower back. She said it had always felt like the knife came from behind, because that's what everyone told her. But when she closed her eyes, she saw something different. She saw a hand holding a knife, and the hand was her own. She said she remembered the sound of the knife hitting water. She said there was a storm drain near the mall, and the blade went down through the grate and hit the metal. She said that sound was the last thing she heard before she blacked out. The detective in the room knew the police had never found a weapon. He asked Ruth how she knew about the storm drain. Ruth looked at him and said, "Because I listened to it fall." Then she put her head down on the table and started to cry. It wasn't a loud cry. It was the sound of a small animal, like a dog making a noise in its sleep. That was the moment everyone in the room understood. Ruth Finley had stabbed herself. She had punctured her own kidney. She had written the letters. She had mailed the letters. She had reported the stalker, described the stalker, buried the dead squirrel in her own mailbox. She had built the entire nightmare with her own hands, and then she had split into two people so that one of them could believe it was really happening to her. What came out of that room over the next several hours was not a confession. It was an excavation. Ruth's memory was full of holes, but in those holes were photographs, a small bedroom, a curtain with yellow flowers, sunlight on a wooden floor, a knee pressing on her chest, a man's hand over her face, and a red bandana, folded until it was stiff, pushed into her mouth. Ruth was 3 years old when it started. The neighbor who watched her while her mother was away did things to her that she had no words for. He gagged her so she couldn't scream. He did it more than once. By the time she was 4, Ruth had already learned to go away in her head. She had learned to leave her own body and watch from the ceiling. She buried all of it. She buried the room, the man, the bandana, the pain. She grew up. She married. She cleaned. She cooked. She became soft-spoken. She built a life on top of a grave. Then, in 1978, the world gave her fear a face. BTK was out there, a man who tied up women, put things in their mouths, and killed them. Her husband almost died. The wall she had built started to crack. The terror that had no name in her body needed somewhere to go. So Ruth's mind made a person. The poet, a man who watched her, a man who wrote poems, a man who left death on her doorstep. That man was the only escape for a fear she couldn't consciously touch. It was easier to be afraid of a stalker than to know she had already been hurt. It was easier to be the victim of the poet than to be 3 years old and alone with a man who smelled strange. So she wrote. She mailed. She followed herself. She drew the eyes of the whole city onto her own little home. She made herself safe in the only way her brain could think of: make the danger real. Let someone else watch. Let someone else worry. Let someone else protect her. The district attorney didn't file charges. You can't charge a woman for hurting herself. And morally, the city didn't know who to bury. Ruth was the criminal. Ruth was the casualty. She voluntarily checked into a psychiatric hospital a few days later. She stayed for years. She was diagnosed with a dissociative disorder. The doctors were clear about what had happened. The trauma as a toddler had split her psyche. The poet was not a man. The poet was her. Wichita didn't know what to do with that. Some people wanted Ruth in jail. Some wanted her on a monument. Some said she had wasted police time while BTK was out there. Some said she was faking everything to get attention. But the people who sat in that room with her that Tuesday afternoon didn't say any of that. They said she was the most lost human being they had ever seen. One detective retired early. Another one, a man who had worked robberies and murders, said Ruth's case scared him more than all of them. He said he knew how to process a murderer. He didn't know how to process a woman who murdered her own mind, so she could survive a man from 40, 5 years earlier. Chief Lemunion kept one of the poet's poems in his desk drawer. He never said why. When someone asked him about the case years later, he said, "We were looking for a monster. The monster was sitting across from us the whole time, bleeding from a kidney she stabbed herself in." I still don't know who the real victim was. Ruth was admitted to long-term psychiatric care on a Thursday. She asked for one thing: a red bandana to keep in her room. The staff said no. The therapist wrote in her notes that Ruth didn't react. She just looked at the wall. She said, "That's okay. He still has it. No one ever found out who he was." Ruth never gave a name. The neighbor was never identified. The red bandana was never found. Ruth Finley lived, but she never truly came back. On the admission form under personal history, one line stood out. It read, "Patient reports she does not know where she ends and the memory begins." She never mailed another letter again. But the final poem in the case file isn't from the poet. It was written on a paper towel in Ruth's hospital room. It doesn't rhyme. It has 3 words. It says, "What about them?" No one ever figured out who them was. The paper towel was kept in an evidence envelope for years, and the envelope was marked with a single note in red ink. No signature. Ruth Finley never claimed that one. But she also never denied it. Story 20. She drove to the restaurant in her dark green Subaru. The drive wasn't long. In that part of Ohio, everything is close, but you still need a car because there's nothing in between. The restaurant sat off State Route 62 in Mount Vernon, a loud, casual place with plastic tablecloths and seafood specials. Emily had worked there since the spring. She was a waitress. She knew the menu well enough by then, could recite the blackened catfish special without thinking. She needed the tips. The shift was going to run until close at 11. Gregory McKnight worked the kitchen that night. He was a cook, somewhere in his mid-30s, not a big guy, not a small guy. He kept his head down, and he didn't talk much. Most of the waitresses didn't like him. He had a way of staring at people when he thought they weren't looking. But Emily didn't have a problem with him. He was just quiet. He was the kind of employee who showed up, cooked, cleaned his station, and left. The restaurant had been busy for a Friday night. Nothing unusual. Emily was tired. Her car had been making a grinding noise on the way over every time she turned left, like something was dragging. She mentioned it in the kitchen, not directly to him. Just out loud because the shift was slow and it was the kind of thing you say when you're tired. McKnight heard. At closing, Emily wiped tables and counted tips. She was the last server out. She put her apron in her bag. It was cold when she stepped outside, a kind of cold that cuts through a thin jacket. McKnight was standing by the back door, wearing his jacket, holding a coffee cup. He told her he had tools at his place. He said he could fix the noise in her car, or at least tell her what it was. He said he lived just down 62, off a gravel road. She could follow him. She didn't have to stay long. He said it like it was nothing. She didn't want to be rude. She also didn't want to pay a mechanic. She was a college student. She had maybe $40 in tips in her pocket. So she said okay. She got in her car and followed his pickup. He drove a blue Ford, older model with a dented tailgate. She kept her headlights on his bumper. After about 2 miles, he turned off the main road onto a narrow gravel road, then onto an even narrower dirt track with trees close on both sides. There were no streetlights. The only light came from her high beams and his taillights. She thought, this is going to make me late. But she didn't turn around. She believed him. Because why wouldn't she? He was the cook. He worked at the same restaurant. He was just a normal co-worker. He pulled up in front of a trailer. It was a single-wide, beige, with a plywood porch and a propane tank outside. There was a satellite dish on the roof and a dog tied to a chain near the back. Not a big dog. A beagle. It barked once and then stopped. He motioned for her to park behind the trailer, off the side, so no one would see her car from the road. She didn't think anything of it. She pulled in and turned off the engine. The dark green Subaru was now hidden between a shed and the trailer wall. She got out and followed him to the front door. Inside, the trailer smelled like cigarettes, grease, and something sour. There were old newspapers stacked by the couch, dirty dishes in the sink, a trucker's wallet on the kitchen counter. On the wall there was a calendar from an auto parts store, still on March. Emily saw a shotgun leaning against the wall by the door. She tried not to look at it. She just wanted him to check the car so she could leave. He told her to sit at the kitchen table. She sat. He went into the back room. She heard him opening drawers, moving things. She thought he was getting his tools. But then, she heard the front door click. She turned and saw him lock it. Not with a key, just a little latch. It clicked loud enough. Then he walked toward her and pulled a handgun from his jacket pocket. It was small, dark, not a shotgun. He didn't say a word. He pointed it at her chest. She froze. Her mind didn't process it. She said something like, "What are you doing?" But he didn't answer. He walked around the table and grabbed her wrist. She tried to pull back, but he was stronger. He pulled a roll of duct tape from the same pocket and wrapped her hands together behind her back. Then he wrapped tape around her ankles. He was fast. He knew what he was doing. She started screaming. He put his hand over her mouth. She bit him. He pulled back and hit her across the face with the back of his hand. Not a punch, just enough to stun her. She fell off the chair, landed on the floor hard. Her shoulder hit the side of the table. She remembers the light hanging above the table swinging. He grabbed her by the arm and dragged her into the back room. There wasn't a bed, not a real one. There was a mattress on a metal frame and a pile of boxes and clothes. He shoved her onto a rug in the center of the room. She was crying, not sobbing like in a movie, just tears and breath. She kept saying, "Please," over and over. He didn't respond. He left the room. She was alone. She tried to get up, but her ankles were taped too tight. She tried to move. She could feel something on the floor underneath her. The rug. It was thick. It smelled like dust and dog hair. When he came back, he sat in a folding chair facing her. He just looked at her. She had no idea how long she was on that floor. She could still hear the dog outside. She heard a clock ticking in the kitchen. She begged him to let her go. She told him she wouldn't tell anyone. She told him he could keep her car. It was in her voice, the panic, the trembling. He didn't move. Then he got up and walked behind her. She couldn't see him. She heard his feet on the floor. She tried to turn her head. But then she felt the cold muzzle of the gun touch the back of her head. She closed her eyes. There was a loud bang. It wasn't silent. It was incredibly loud. She fell forward onto the rug. The last thing her body did was spasm, and then it stopped. She died on the floor of his trailer. He didn't bury her. He didn't dump her in the river. He didn't even move her that same night. He left her lying there. Then he went out and smoked a cigarette on the porch. He came back in, washed his hands, and went to sleep in the living room on the couch. The next day, he showed up to work at 4 in the afternoon. He cooked the special. He went home. He slept in the same trailer. In the back room, Emily's body was still there. He closed the door. Nobody knew. At the dorm, her roommate waited. She called Emily's phone, but there was no answer. On Saturday, no one saw her. On Sunday, the roommate called Emily's parents. The parents called the college. The college called the sheriff. They found her backpack still in her room. Her books were on the desk. Her toothbrush was in the bathroom. Her wallet was in her bag. But her car was gone. So people figured she had left on her own, maybe gone to meet someone, maybe she'd be back. But Emily never left without her backpack. She never left without her glasses. She wore glasses at night. They were on her nightstand. For weeks they searched. They searched the river. They searched the woods. They put up posters. Her face was on the news. People from the restaurant held candlelight vigils. Gregory McKnight attended one of those vigils. He stood in the back and did not say much. He told people he hoped she was safe. He suggested to a detective that Emily had been seeing a man from Columbus. He said she had been acting anxious. All of it was a lie. The case went cold. There was no body, no car, no suspect. But at the beginning of December, deputies got a call from a farmer reporting a theft at a trailer on a remote road. Someone had broken in and taken a generator from the porch. A deputy responded. The trailer belonged to Gregory McKnight. He wasn't home. The deputy walked around the property. Behind the trailer, under a torn blue tarp, he saw a car, a dark green Subaru. He ran the plates. The car belonged to Emily Murray. The last time someone looked at that vehicle, it was parked outside Pirates Cove on November 3. The deputy called for backup. They entered the trailer. The smell hit them the moment they opened the door. They found the back room. There was a rolled-up rug in the middle of the floor, a big, heavy rug. When they unrolled it, they found Emily. Her body had been wrapped inside. She was in a state of decomposition. They didn't let anyone else look. The medical examiner later confirmed she had been shot in the head. But that wasn't even the worst thing. While searching the property, the deputies found an old well behind the trailer, covered by a sheet of plywood. Under the wood, floating in the bottom, was a man's shoe. They drained the well and found a second body. It was a young man. His name was Gregory Julius. He had disappeared 6 months earlier. He was last seen with Gregory McKnight. He had been cut apart and thrown in the well. McKnight took his car, sold it illegally, and told people the kid had moved. No one had checked. Gregory McKnight was arrested. He claimed he was innocent. He said someone else had access to his trailer. He said he had no idea how Emily's body got there. He suggested the police look at other suspects. He didn't have a good answer for the gun. He didn't have a good answer for the duct tape. He didn't have a good answer for the fact that he had been living with a dead body in his home for over a month while working beside her co-workers every single day. During the investigation, he sat at a table with a detective and drank coffee. He talked about the restaurant, about the menu, about how he had always thought Emily was a nice girl. He suggested the police talk to another cook who had been fired. He told them he had seen Emily get into a car with a stranger. It was all calculated. He was doing everything he could to point the finger somewhere else. But the police had the key, and the key was the car. He had taken Emily's car. He had kept it hidden under a tarp. Why kill a girl for a car? That was his motive. His own truck had broken down weeks earlier. He saw her car. He made the plan. He killed her for a car. He was convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder, kidnapping, and armed robbery. He was sentenced to death. He went to death row. He still claims today that he did not do it. He has said that he is innocent. But the evidence was in his trailer, in his backyard, under his control. The thing people remember, the thing that really changes you if you hear about it, is not the death sentence. It's that Gregory McKnight lived with Emily's body. He slept in the living room. He kept the back bedroom door closed. He ate his meals in the kitchen a few feet away. He went to work like nothing happened. He talked to detectives with her body in the same building. The last thing the police found when they unrolled the rug was a small keychain on the kitchen counter. It belonged to Emily. It had a silver fish on it, the kind of thing you buy at a flea market. McKnight told the officers he had found it in the parking lot days after she disappeared. He said he was going to return it. He said he had just been too busy. Nobody believed him. But he kept those keys for weeks. He didn't throw them away. He didn't give them to police. He kept them in a drawer next to the coffee maker. It was like he wanted something of her near him, even though her body was already in the next room. Emily Murray was found in December, more than a month after she died. Her mother later said the hardest thing was knowing her daughter's body had not been alone. There were people there. People walked past that door. They ate at the table. The dog barked. And every single day, Gregory McKnight opened that door, looked in, and closed it again. And he still said he was innocent.